Hello everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I'm here. It's Thursday. Welcome to tonight's stream. We're gonna be playing more Monster Hunter Wilds. Quicker than I expected, to be honest. When we finished the main story stuff, I didn't think we'd be going back for a bit, but they just added Akuma to the game. And that's awesome. I'm joined by Joan tonight. Hi.
Hi, I'm looking at my collection of funny bugs.
Yeah.
They now show you an entire list of all the funny bugs you've ever caught.
Fuck yes.
Really cute.
We have to like, before we start Monster Hunter, we do have to have a funeral for all our favorite characters. Cause not only are Sonic CD mobile and Sonic 4 mobile going down, but Multiverses is also going down. That's so many characters that'll never be seen again, unfortunately.
So many characters that are gone forever. Well,
Dog is dead, and he's never coming back.
that is, like, the sad thing. Is that, like, this was originally made by, like, that team to, like, genuinely be, like, a Smash clone of their own making.
Yeah.
And now it became Warner Brothers slop, and now it's dead.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck Rain Dog was meant to be, he's not that anymore.
He's the dog they took out back. I don't know, Multiverses was like... I always kinda hated it a little bit. Well, no, that's not true. I thought it was, like, kinda fun when I first played it, and I was playing as Jake the dog, and then, like, it did the thing where it was like, oh, now we have different free characters. You have to get the in-game currency to play as Jake the dog. And
yeah.
I was, like, so mad about that I never played the game again.
Yeah. League of Legends has been a scourge on the world. On one hand, like, I do understand you're playing a game for free. They shouldn't give you everything, and they shouldn't give you permanent everything. But, like, the fact that it's like that, and you, like, you can't get comfortable with any character. I know that it's no longer just League of Legends. I think, like, Killer Instinct and Grand Blue Fantasy Versus do this if you play the free versions now. And I'd rather you just, like, lock us into 2 free characters that are the same every day.
Yeah.
But then I guess people would like those free characters too much, and then they would, I don't know, never buy the game. Also, I don't know if you noticed, the fucking buff icons got, like, chunky. They're huge now.
Did they? I'm loading in, so...
Oh, okay. Yeah, the buff icons above my health bar are, like, almost, like, 50% bigger.
Ugh. I might need to, like, do the... Oh, God, what is going on with the frame rate?
Uh-oh.
I think I might have to, like, redo the shaders, maybe. It's running okay. No. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah, I think I gotta... How do I get the game to, like, force itself to redo the shaders?
I think you have to go into, like, some sort of directory, and then delete, like, literally shaders.cache. Let me see. Properties, installed files, browse. Yeah, it's literally shader.crash in the Monster Hunter Wilds folder in your Steam Apps Common.
I have shader.cache too. Is that the same thing?
Huh.
I'm gonna assume it's the
Maybe.
same thing.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry everybody. It's gonna take like 10 minutes for these shaders to load. But that just means we get to spend more time mourning our favorite characters. It kind of sucks that the Sonic CD mobile port is being taken down.
Yeah.
I mean, you can...
On one hand, like, I get that Sonic Origins exists now, but, like... That's a shame.
Sonic Origins has always been a little contentious in terms of that, because one of the major changes that they make, and some people don't care for this change, I know, like, Sienna doesn't like this change. If you want to play the HD updated version, you have to play with infinite lives on. Which, you know, for people like me, I don't really give a shit. For other people, that's like a bigger deal breaker. I know, like, again, like, Sienna doesn't really like that. And I get it. The game was originally designed with, like, limited lives in mind. So, like, theoretically, if you want to play in that way, you cannot play the HD versions of any of those games. Which is, like, kinda dumb. Also, the coins are, like, stupid anyways, because you barely spend them on anything that... The only thing you ever need the coins in that game for is, like, redoing the special stages. That's actually, like, nice for me, because I'm ass at most of the special stages.
Yeah.
But I'm not a Blue Sphere person. Blue Sphere and me do not get along.
I don't know. Blue Sphere is, like, the most comprehensible of the bunch for me. I mean, I guess the Sonic CD one is also pretty good. I like the UFO chase one, and I like Mania's version of that UFO chase one. That one's also pretty fun.
I think the Mania one is, like, the best one by far.
Yeah, Mania's definitely better than Blue Sphere.
Yeah. I don't know. I understand why people like Blue Sphere. I don't. I really don't. It's, like, my least favorite one. Which is, like, crazy, because it's, like, I can handle, like, Sonic 1 throw-up simulator, but Blue Sphere, that's too much for me. And also, to be fair, I haven't played Genesis Sonic 2. I've heard that the special stages run like ass on that. I've pretty much only played the... Well, no, that's not true. When I was younger, I played the Genesis version of Sonic 2, but I never got Super Sonic in that anyways, so it does not matter. I probably didn't get Super Sonic because the special stages ran like ass. I played that on Sonic Mega Collection on PS2.
Yeah, that might also be the Mega Collection being... Well, Mega Collection's okay. I do think PS2 is the worst one of the two, I think.
I don't trust any YouTube guys whose opinion is, everybody wanted to play Sonic CD until Sonic CD became an easily accessible game, and now everyone hates it. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Sonic CD
Sonic CD is, like, controversial because it is a game about exploration, while most other Sonic games are, in fact, about going fast.
See, in a weird way, though, the way the Sonic CD level design works is that all the levels are, like, pretty speedy. So, like, if you still want to go fast, like, there you go. You have, like, a fun, short, hour-long game. Go crazy. Oh, but that's too short. Oh, the other Sonic games are more... Yeah, well... I don't give a fuck. Sonic CD is good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have that much of an issue with Sonic CD. I just really like 3, and I think that one's probably never not going to be my favorite one.
Sonic 3 and Knuckles is good. I think some of the levels get a bit long in the tooth, but honestly, if you get Super Sonic early on, that's like not really an issue. I kind of don't like what's the boss name that you fight in? Is it Launch Base Zone? It's like Big Arm. I don't like that boss.
Oh, Big Arms? Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's okay.
That boss kind of annoys me. I'm not very good at it. I say that, though,
I know it's actually pretty easy, but I do think the pinball boss in CD is, like, annoying.
Honestly, all the bosses in CD are, like, 10 seconds long. Honestly, that's kind of part of why I like it. I don't know, I like that Sonic CD is such a compact game. It's like, it gets in, it gets out, it doesn't do anything it doesn't need to do. Alright, it seems like my game is running at a more stable frame right now. That's so fucking stupid that Capcom doesn't, like, do that automatically, though. I literally checked the Steam page today, and it was like 45% of the recent reviews were positive, and I'm like, wow, I can't imagine why. This really is, like, the best, worst game ever.
Yep.
It's like, damn, is fun, but also, damn, did Capcom drop the ball.
Yeah, I have a strong feeling when you go back to other Monster Hunters, you might, like, come back and look at this one and go like, hey, Capcom, why the fuck was this one like this? Like, you're gonna be playing 120 frames per second, like, Rise on PC, and it is gonna look a little bit like Dookie because it is an upscaled Switch game.
Yeah.
But it is 120 frames per second.
Yeah. I would be down to do Monster Hunter Rise. It might be fun to just stream the story modes of more Monster Hunters. Because I had fun doing that for this game. Alright, so how do I get the Akuma stuff?
First you gotta talk to somebody in the Molten Miracles. Speaking of Molten Miracles. Invite to Link Party. My hunter friend Morgan.
Is that the Oil Well Basin?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Molten Miracle Zone. I don't fucking know.
I was about to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, at all. You're coming up with, like, that's like a Sonic Zone name. We got Sonic on the brain.
Yeah, Molten Miracle Zone. Molten Miracle Zone probably would be a pretty cool level. It'd probably be annoying, actually. But I do like Lava Reef. I feel like that's a minority opinion, but I like Lava Reef. Part of it is the music, but I like Lava Reef.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a little bit of a weird pick for, like, Sonic Mania, but it's fine. Second act is
It is
pretty...
kind of a weird pick for Sonic Mania because it does feel like very story plot relevant to 3 specifically.
Yeah.
In a way that I don't understand why it would be in Mania. I think I've invited you to a Link Party, I don't remember.
Let me see. Yep. Okay, so who do I have to talk to in Molten Miracle Zone?
It's like Olivia or some shit. She's in the base camp, just like kind of northish from where you start. I think that's north. That's not north. She's in the base camp, kind of, no, it is northish, actually. Kind of northish from where you start.
It does not help that this map is a nightmare for me to look at.
Hey, Avis unit.
Yeah, and it doesn't have, like, a default.
The feeling's mutual. What's this
like, zoom level, I
Yeah.
don't think. Or, like, a default, like, you can't make it so that it automatically resets to facing north when you reopen it.
Yeah.
Just kind of annoying me.
Interesting. And I'm guessing there were no clear leads on the calls.
You guessed it. And to top it off, our unit just got another job dropped on us.
Oh man, am I gonna have to get a new Pro Controller soon? My, like, right stick feels like a little funky.
Yup, it's that drifting time of year.
It's not drifting yet, but it just, like, I don't know, when I touch it, like, physically, it feels weird.
Yeah? That'd be huge.
Hmm.
Look forward to it.
We haven't finished a full sweep of the middle.
Got it.
Man, I can't wait to see what the Port Pro Controller 2 is. I did not pre-order one of them. I might regret that. I don't know.
I
But the
also
Pro
did,
Controller 2
I also
might
did not
be
pre-order
higher.
one. I'm kind of hoping, like, when the Switch 2 actually comes out, there'll at the very least be more Joy-Cons ready. Because I was, like, looking at Mario Party Jamboree, and, like, it might be fun to play the mouse mini games with my siblings. Because we've played a lot of Mario Party Jamboree together. I don't really care about the camera shit, though. They're pushing the camera shit very hard, and I kind of just don't give a fuck.
Bro, they're following in PlayStation's footsteps. This is just the iToy 2.
It's also a little bit of, like, a monkey's paw situation where, like, when Superstars came out, everybody was like, oh my god, I wish this game got DLC with more stuff to do. And then, like, Jamboree gets DLC, and it's mostly nonsense. But then it's also, like, they added the tag team mode, and I'm like, why the fuck would you not just have that as an update, like, for free? Why the fuck do I have to pay, like, $20 DLC to get...
Oh, there's like a
tag team?
completely new zone.
Oh, is there?
That where it's like a zone that I've never actually seen. That's entirely possible.
Oh, the Wounded Hollow?
No, it's a new zone on the map. The zones are like the numbered areas. When you look at a map, they have like numbers on it. And that's like kind of a carryover from those old loading zone Monster Hunter games so that you could communicate which loading zone you were in.
Oh, I see.
But it's still pretty useful to like locate where you are on the map. But I guess I've never been to Zone 11 in Molten Miracle Land.
Multiplier reproduction rates doesn't make them any less.
Oil Well Basin.
I appreciate you. If something about
I don't think I'm gonna stop calling it Molten Miracle Land anytime soon, so I'm sorry.
No, I think I'm with you on that. Molten Miracle is like a Kirby world stage. That's also true. That's also true as well. If there was like a Kirby game where like the last level was like lava themed, that would be called Molten Miracle. Also, hello Soul with the 20 watch streak. Let's go.
Let's
Shouts out.
go.
Dude, I'm kind of hoping they make more of those DLCs free with the expansion pass, because I'm thinking about, like, I don't know, it's not like $20 is like that much to pay, but it's still like, damn, I'm paying $20 for 60 FPS Kirby and an extra campaign that I might not give a shit about.
I really like... There is no other Kirby game like Forgotten Lands, and
Yeah.
therefore I'm like less hesitant about that, because I liked what Forgotten Land was.
Yeah, I think Forgotten Land is a very good game. I just, like... See, it's like Nintendo tricking people a little bit, because it's like, now Kirby is like a $80 game, but it's got DLC, so nobody cares.
I mean, yeah, Pokemon's an $80 game, but it's got DLC, so no one cares.
Yeah.
Except people do care. People
Wait,
care
yeah.
a whole lot, actually. Wait.
Yeah, wait, I just thought about what you said, and what you said is completely insane. You might have just said the most factually incorrect thing that anyone's ever said. I mean, people still buy it because Pokemon is Pokemon, and Pokemon at its core is good. God, it would be so fucking funny, and I wouldn't be happy about it, but it would also be so fucking funny if the Scarlet and Violet update happened for Switch 2, and it doesn't even get it to 60 FPS, it gets it to like 40 or some shit. Could you fucking imagine?
That's entirely possible.
There would be wars fought over this. Also, hi V, welcome. Welcome. I'm still trying to find,
Are you trying to find Olivia, or are you trying to find the corpses?
I'm trying to find Olivia.
Wait, do you have to be a monster?
Unless Ultimate Strength is the Akuma quest.
Ultimate Strength is the Akuma quest.
Oh shit, then I'm already doing it, I guess.
What is the deepest part of the subterranean, if not here?
Okay, so do I just have to search around Molten Miracle Zone?
Yep.
Alright. I'm trying to think what other, like, expansions we have confirmed for Switch 2 stuff. Like, I know Kirby, I know Mario Party. The ones that aren't just the, like, boosted graphics, at least. Because I, like... grimacing a little bit, but I'm hoping those, at the very least, are the ones that they just put on MSO.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're doing that with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which I'm very happy about, because it means if I want to go back and play those games, I don't have to buy the fucking expansion, or, like, upgrade packs for those. Honestly, I could see myself going back and restreaming Breath of the Wild. Maybe do an actual playthrough this time, because now that I've been doing, like, Yakuza in the way that I have, I'm, like, more open to the idea of, like, doing really long playthroughs.
Wow, what a view!
Wait, is this the deepest part of the subterranean?
Although it's funny, I wonder how much Breath of the Wild being, like, a consistent 60 FPS with small load times is gonna, like, boost up the speedrun of that.
Oh no, this is... I think eventually they just... Yeah, they got angry at me searching around so much, and they just put a marker on my map just called Akuma.
That's fucking awesome. I just pushed this little animal around.
I'll just hop off for now.
Why is it always Akuma? In Rise, there's also an Akuma promotion. Why not Ryu? Why not Alex?
That's our target now?
To be fair, it would be, like, Akuma is, like, a fucked up guy. So it kind of makes sense for him to be in, like, a fantastical setting like this. If I saw Ryu from Streets here, I'd be like, bro, what are you doing here? There's, like, fucked up monsters here. You need to be punching people. No, it's actually Akuma from Street Fighter. You don't fight him, but he is in the game. And you can get, like, armor for him.
What do you think we'll find?
The oil here seems to come from some organic matter.
And there must have been a lot of it to make this much.
No, The game's trying to get me to fight the Rompopolo. I will not do it. I will not do it. I could, but I will not do it. They put Kaiji in a Monster Hunter game before. Dude, he would fucking die. He would just simply die. There are some characters from media that if you put them in Monster Hunter, they're not surviving. What do you think is like what characters do you think you could put in Monster Hunter and would die within like a day? I give Elmer Fudd a week. As soon as Elmer Fudd runs out of shotgun shells, he's fucked. Light Yagami not lasting more than an hour. Okay, I have not watched Death Note. Is Light Yagami the one with the Death Note? I'm trying to imagine the scenario. Yes, but he won't be able to use it even if he had it? Well, why not?
The monsters would have to have a concept of names, and just putting the word Rathalos wouldn't work there because that's the name of a species, not the name of an individual.
Maybe you could, like, cartoon logic it, be like, your name is Rathy, and then he just writes that down and it kills them.
Well, the monster would have to recognize its own name as Rathy.
I guess that's true.
So it'd have to be a trained monster, and then you can only kill monsters that are other people's pets.
Yeah, I guess that is, like, kind of fucked. It's not very good of an ability. Yeah, I think it's fair to say he wouldn't last more than an hour. Without his main source of power, he is kind of fucked. What about SpongeBob?
What about SpongeBob?
SpongeBob's tiny.
SpongeBob would get fucked up. SpongeBob could maybe win if he went to, like... What was the name of that village? The one in Monster Hunter 3, and he did all the underwater quests. Maybe he could do some shit. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the real question is, like, what Pokemon would be, like, a Master Tier Monster Hunter against all monsters?
You get, like, the obvious ones, like a lot of the legendaries. Like, Mewtwo. Mewtwo can, like, psychically, destroy a lot of them. I don't think the legendary birds have a chance. I think, like, a Rathalos is probably stronger than any of the legendary birds.
Really? Just a normal Rathalos? I would put Zapdos on the same level as a Raidou.
I don't know. Keep in mind, I also don't know my Monster Hunter very well, but, like, the like, flying monsters, I feel like they just, like, power scale against the legendary birds. But I might also be too competitive-brained, because I'm thinking of, like, their stats, and, like, I mean, Articuno's fucked. Articuno is fucked.
Shit, we have to do a fucking arena quest for this? That means I have to use Bow again.
Okay, we need to go to California.
Limited to one player? Bro, what's the point of this?
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, hear me?
There's something.
Yeah. So the good news
At
is
least
for
you
most
don't have to
people,
bring your own equipment.
stuff's been revered
Because that's the point of the one player.
mean any disrespect, just
Oh, you can also fight them as Akuma. Okay.
I don't know if it's related, but now we have this walking boulder.
What is the
in our
weakest
house.
fairy Pokemon that would survive?
There are reports that
The weakest fairy Pokemon that would survive in Monster Hunter? Belly Drum, Unburden,
It's possible it's
Slurpuff.
related. Some species of monster feed on ores and metals. The guild will look into the matter. Please, just give us some time.
there's things that eat metal? Yeesh. All right. We'll leave it to you. Just be careful.
Based on Dogar's account, it's likely a Gravios.
It wouldn't be strange to think that the excess or a calcite could have drawn it in.
Slurpuff is like a funny little guy.
And it seems there have previously been sightings around Azus.
Honestly, I love the design of like
You
most
were
of the
authorized to
Unburdened
hunt
guys
Gravios
being like
before the damage
kinda
starts.
weak pieces of shit. Cause it's like, yeah, they should be like weak pieces of shit. Because Unburden is like one of the strongest abilities ever. It's so damn good.
Lucha isn't that weak of a piece of shit. And so is, I mean, I guess
And-
in the grand scheme of things, Sceptile is kind of a weak piece of shit, which stinks.
I mean, the thing with Halucha is that its attack stat is still below 100.
Got something for ya.
So, like, even with Unburden, like, yeah, you're going pretty fast, but you're not, you need, like, a Swords Dance to Oko anything.
Anything I can make for ya?
That's how I'm feeling right now. I can't find where any of this shit is. I'm getting put along a succulent scraps quest. I don't give a fuck about that.
I've got news.
I'm trying to find Akuma.
Yes. I'll be waiting here.
I haven't even found, like, a single carcass. I feel like I'm going insane. This shit does not make sense to me at all. Why does it not, like, why does this map suck? No, game, I'm not gonna fight this fucking monster. I'm trying to find carcasses so I can summon Akuma. I wonder how fucked up Sceptile would be if Shedtail was legal. Because, I mean, I feel like Sceptile is better than fucking Cyclozar is. My uppies are barking. Ugh.
I've got news you don't want to miss.
Dude, I gotta use the bathroom. Entertain the crowd for me.
Okay.
He's ST. I mean, when it's Super Turbo Akuma. I don't know if Akuma is good. Yeah, I'm worried. Morgan's going through the ringer.
I had a diarrhea disaster.
Oh no.
I'm okay now, though. But I almost died. Hi, everybody. I'm back. I have 7 new messages. That's how I feel right now. You're about to message me too? Yeah, no, I had crazy diarrhea. It's true. Once you become an adult, you have 2 options. You either get really high on the weekend or you give yourself diarrhea. And it's not the weekend for everybody, but I had the past 2 days off, so it's basically the weekend for me. It's diarrhea day for someone somewhere. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, but could I get some help?
Is something bothering you?
There's word of troubling monsters in the oil well basin. 2 of them. We can't get to the mine.
My one Blue Sky post has been popping off. It's like a Blue Sky post I made like 2 months ago, but it's like really popping off right now.
We've been making do with
Bro, I just wish this Akuma shit was like an actual weapon. Not something that I have to mash the item bar to use effectively. It's very strange.
Am I gonna say what post it was? Hold on. I'm getting the link and I'm gonna send it in
But
chat.
you need a light to craft. I'm not allowing any reckless plans. Help me stop them?
Of course. I'm happy to help you persuade them. I'd like to know.
Sorry, genuinely, I shit myself so much that like I'm a little disoriented right now. You're gonna have to give me a sec.
It could be aberrants.
I almost died today.
Closing off the mines won't be enough. We'll deal with it before anyone gets hurt.
You don't mind? I mean, that would be if it really isn't any trouble.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Time to make ourselves useful.
I'm getting like every optional quest in the game, but I haven't figured out how to progress the Akuma quest. Also, don't worry, I just had some water. I'm hydrating. This map is a nightmare to move around.
Yeah.
I think I hate this map. I just want to find where Akuma is. Does nobody in the world know how to get Akuma?
Give me a second and I can maybe like view and end the stream and help you. Right now, I'm in my own Akuma nightmare, which apparently is like inherently single player, which like is so sucks. I think.
Yeah, that's dumb. Well, while I'm waiting for you, I'm gonna report my quests that I've done so that I can get EXP and bonuses and prizes.
Yippee!
Yeah, I do think that that post is really good. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it to pop off today because when I first posted it, it got like, I think like 80 likes, and now it's at like 300 plus. When I just decided to repost it because I was like, no, this one is like really funny. But it's also one of those things where it's like, it's from such a specific time, but I guess that specific time was also like 2 months ago.
From the others.
Catch the latest news. So long for now.
I gotta be honest also, that post is like a ripoff. A little bit. I saw a Tumblr post that used that same image and same ending, but it was about like Kamala Harris losing the election and someone ordering DoorDash.
Yeah, ordering DoorDash.
Yeah.
The monster you reported has been taken care of. It was too dangerous to let roam.
Anyway, it's a really funny post, and I
Please
kind of
let
did
us
rip
know
it
if you
off.
come across anything similar again. We'd like to find the root cause.
Be assured, though we may differ in fur and fancy.
But then again, a lot of my most popular posts are derivative, and I'm coming to terms with that.
You are a wanderer of these lands.
Like, the Aaron Hansen Cum Coma post is like, I don't actually know if it was before or after, but there was like a Tumblr post that was like, Aaron Hansen died of like a diaper disaster, and it used like basically that same image but not grayscale. And then I made the Aaron Hansen Cum Coma post later because it was supposed to be a reference to an older post I made that was just that image but saying Aaron Hansen preparing to jack off for Cutie Saturday.
My fellow rambler.
That's some like deep Morgan lore, is that the Aaron Hansen Cum Coma post is based on an earlier post I had made, but nobody knows that because the earlier post I made was from an account that got suspended, and that account being suspended is the exact reason why I made that fucking post. Alright, that's some deep Morgan lore for you guys. I do appreciate you calling my posts art, though, because I do think I
It's
make
true.
some artful posts.
Nice. I'd call that experiment a success. Appreciate you clearing me to
You have to basically create your own radial menu for fucking Akuma to work. This is insane.
By the
Why don't they just make a new weapon type?
It felt like the force of the explosion itself was amplified too.
Hey, not bad. You're right on the zenny. I was trying for a sympathetic reaction between the two. As
Did
you
that give
saw,
me any more, like, Akuma
Guardians. Seems like there are pads of
points to build my Akuma skin?
Infusing the core might give an even bigger efficiency boost. Problem
So I
is,
can wear the flesh of Akuma. Nope, I need to do that 3 more times. Okay, let me jump onto your stream and see where you're struggling here.
Well, I'm just, like, completing side quests right now so I can get my hunter rank up. Honestly, it might be funny if I never even do Akuma tonight.
You know what? Maybe this is the time we initiate an environment link.
Banana, banana. Hello. Sorry. I saw.
How the fuck do I initiate an environment link again? Fuck this stupid fucking game. Link party, invite to an environment link. I can't do this right now.
It's crazy. If this game was like 5% less fun, it would be one of the most abysmal experiences ever. Instead, it's like probably the most fun game I've played this year, still.
Ah, perfect. There's a matter I'm eager to ask your opinion on.
Go right ahead.
I am told
When you're done with the side quest, accept that invitation, and then I'll see if I can't walk you to where Akuma's stuff is.
Okay.
Do you think tempered guardians could ever exist? Or a tempered Shewu?
Their desire to survive is no less fierce than for other monsters. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially with their dynamic of eat or be eaten. Why? Have you seen something lately?
No, it was really just a...
I mean, it's probably gonna change when Mario Kart World comes out. I think Mario Kart World is probably just a shoe-in for my game of the year.
I've learned it's often better to listen.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
If it turns out you're wrong,
I am a card roguelike freak. All of those Steam games that advertise themselves as like a deck builder roguelike, those are for me. Monster Train 2 is like easily my game of the year.
Ooh, I might have
Mainly because Monster Hunter World kind of dropped the ball a little. But Monster Train 2 is my game of the year probably until Slay the Spire 2 comes out.
No shit.
Dude, those games have always been like very closely related. Monster Train could have easily been taken Slay the Spire's spot if Slay the Spire wasn't already occupying that spot.
Yeah.
But now finding out that their sequels are releasing on the same year is like also kind of funny.
Dude, I'm gonna have to... I have to check out both of them. I own Slay the Spire, but I've never played Slay the Spire.
we may have discovered an
I've put 500 plus hours into Slay the Spire, which isn't a lot to like TF2 players. But it is a lot when you consider that Slay the Spire is a purely single-player game.
Yeah, no, that is a lot. I mean, I put like 1,000 hours into Binding of Isaac because I'm insane.
That's true.
I'm insane.
Took us for guardians because of our clothes? But surely that can't.
Oh yeah, I was also going to check out your Twitch so I can get like a slight information about what's happening on your stream.
Well, again, I'm just completing my side quest right now. I
Yumma.
could skip this dialogue, but it's nice to take a little break after the diarrhea disaster.
Yep.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention.
Dude,
You know the worst?
a lot of our hunters eat a lot of meat and cheese, so I'm surprised that they never have a diarrhea disaster. I've also never seen an outhouse in any of these base camps whatsoever.
Dude,
Oh no,
literally-
I just thought about bathrooms in a fantasy universe. It's over for me.
Literally, like, I think what caused it is that I had grilled cheese for dinner.
But please,
Fuck.
thanks to him.
I'm not like lactose intolerant. I could like drink a glass of milk and be like fine. But I mean, everybody has their limits, I suppose. A grilled cheese.
It's kind of insane that there is just like a canonical death in this game.
Yeah, it's a shame what happened to Akuma.
Yeah, fucked up. At least we got some garlic out of his corpse.
That's right. Let's see. Are there any other ones? I can report this one. I'm just gonna keep reporting, and then when I'm done reporting, I'll join the environment link.
Yumma yumma.
Fruit salad. Yummers, yummers.
Yummy, yummy.
Yummy. I am, like, losing my mind a little bit, trying to find out what I should play before Switch 2 comes out. I'm in, like, a frenzy about it. Because it's like, yeah, I have my computer, I could play computer games, but the problem is I like to have games to play when I'm on my break at work. So I like to have a handheld game that I'm playing.
Honestly, buy some of your computer games on Switch. The issue is that, oh man, more games need cross-buy, but that's never happening. That's why the Steam Deck is so good, is that it essentially has cross-buy with your PC.
Well, I do have a Steam Deck, to be fair.
Mm.
It's just like, man, I wish Monster Hunter Wilds would run on that shit, but Monster Hunter Wilds only runs on computers built by insane people.
Yeah. Man, Sienna's saying that, like, oh, there could be a chance that Monster Hunter Wilds ends up on Switch 2. I don't think that's gonna happen. Monster Hunter World didn't end up on normal Switch. I think we're gonna get, like, another side game that's built for Switch 2 first, and then gets ported to the other consoles. I also don't expect the Switch 2 to be that much... I mean, I guess the next generation consoles might be a little bit stronger. If there is going to be a next generation for Xbox, honestly, I doubt it.
Well,
honestly, I might even doubt there being a
PS6.
on
one. Xbox said they were working on one, and apparently it's still on track to release in 2027.
Yeah, and they said that they were working on a handheld, too.
Well, no, I think that got leaked, to be fair.
Oh, really?
Welcome back. I am very glad to see
Guys, the the PS7... Will the PS7 have games? I said 7. Will the PS6 have games?
No. You're gonna get like 5 more marathons. And like 3 more Concords.
Fuck. Nah, it's gonna launch with like Astrobot 2. And it's gonna be like a pretty good game, and then you realize, oh, that's like the only game they have.
Yeah.
Like God of War, like this time Atreus is, I don't know.
Can I
Atreus is finally transitioning to a woman.
Can I say something that might be a little like mean? Whenever I hear people say like Astrobot is like Mario Galaxy 3, I'm like, dude, Astrobot is like not nearly as cool as Mario Galaxy 1. Oh, it has all these PlayStation references? Yeah, Mario Galaxy is like a completely original game where they like turn the Mario atmosphere on their head and create these like insanely beautiful locales on the fucking Wii of all things.
Astrobot is Ape Escape for PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale Edition.
I can accept that. I can accept that. I don't know. Astrobot is probably a fun game, and if it came to PC, I would play it. I might also just be a little burnt, though, because the other, like, 3D platformer I bought from Sony on PC was, like, the Little Big Planet game, and I thought that game was boring as fuck, dude.
Oh, the Sackboy one?
Yeah, Sackboy's
Yeah, that
Big
one.
Adventure. That game's boring as shit. That game put me to fucking sleep. I hated it. It was too slow. I don't know. I just did not fuck with it whatsoever.
How do you feel about a par?
This is a problem that could worsen before it gets
About
better.
what?
The tall Wyverian lady.
Will you allow us to look into the matter?
The one that's like 8 foot tall.
I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other.
Damn it. I guess this is my cross to bear then.
Sorry.
Don't.
To death, bro. That's literally how I felt about the Sackboy. You're making me fall asleep. To death, bro. Dude, that like scene goes crazy. I don't know if I would ever watch Clone High in my life because it seems like a little too insane for me. But that scene is iconic. Say what?
I don't think Clone High is any more insane than regular, so. Slow.
Well, in a regular show, it's not like Gandhi and like Abraham Lincoln doing this shit.
It is a matter I would gladly resolve myself.
Yeah, that's fair.
But my other responsibilities have not allowed it. We have already asked so much of you.
I don't know. Codename Steam has also made me like not want to ever check out anything that's even remotely alternate history.
Hearing that, I know the deed is as good as done. Then take care. And again, my apologies.
Yeah, it is technically real person fiction, which is kind of funny.
It is.
Clone
It like kinda is. It kinda is. It kinda isn't because it's like but they're like clones.
And the entire thing is that it's about like nature versus nurture, and it's like, oh, turns out even if you made genetic clones of these people in completely different environments, they'd act like complete farces of what they were previously. And at that point, they just share a name and some visual similarities and aren't the same person.
I'll get ready too.
Alright, let me join the environment link. I'm back in Molten Miracle Land. Oh wait, I could have just joined. I didn't even have to leave the area I was in. I forgot that you could just do that. My bad. Oh well. It'll make the game load like 2% faster.
I like that on your screen. I'm just M ...
Oh fuck, that's right. That's because of fucking streamer mode. Oh fuck. I forgot I have to disable that every time I stream now. There, now your full name is in view.
Oh fuck. Okay, let me find my Akumers. Where was Akuma's top layer? So there's one on the top layer. I think that was like in Area 5 here. I don't remember, but I know for a fact where the middle layer one is.
I'm just gonna follow you. I trust you.
Yes. Look over here.
I see Blast Nut.
You might need to, like, tilt your camera upwards over here. Or maybe change what active quest you have, I don't know.
Maybe. How do I do that?
I gathered some materials too. Check your field pouch.
I think that's under, quest results? Mission info. What? Quest results. What? Mission info? Okay, it's under mission info. Sorry. In the pause menu, second tab. Yeah.
Well, it says I can't
Ultimate
switch active missions.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wait, maybe it's because I'm hosting the environment link. Fuck.
Oh, maybe.
I think you might have to host it.
Well, shit. Wait, now it just says it'll do a waypoint for me? But it's not doing a waypoint.
Is it a waypoint or no?
No.
If there's no waypoint, then you might need to start an environment link, and then I can help you find that shit.
Yeah, how do I do the environment links?
That's under communication link party. Communication is 4th tab.
Okay, I did it. I don't know. Sony is like, they feel like so cooked. And it's like, I know they have more than enough money to sustain themselves, but I'm like, how many more, like, huge, like, AAA failures could they reasonably take? Because, like, Marathon's gonna be a piece of shit. I think, like, everybody's accepted that Marathon's gonna be, like, a piece of shit that nobody cares about.
Okay, so the place you need to head towards was the place where that blast nut used to be. So I'll take you there.
I feel so bad also because one of my coworkers is like really into Destiny 2, and he's like he has to deal with the fact that Destiny 2 has been getting ignored because they've been doing Marathon, and Marathon looks like it's gonna be shit.
Yeah. Man, name a company with a bigger fall from grace than Bungie.
Literally making like the original Halo games and then the Destiny games and into the new Marathon is like, it's like going from gold to it's okay to it's dire.
Anyway, it's giving you that lunk prompt because you have to look at this weird ledge.
Oh.
It's a Rathian. Tempered from the look of her. Must have had a run-in with something.
She passed away in her own nest. Natural causes? Could it be?
And the second one is in Area 11. Now I remember. So follow me.
The terrain here looks like a natural trap.
It does make me think about like the state of the industry. It does just make me think about like the one like 4chan post that's just like a picture of Gabe Newell and it's like does nothing, wins over the other competitors. What is the strategy called? I lost track of you, by the way. Oh, there you are.
Come over. Yeah, there you
go. What is this strategy called? It really is crazy too, because it really does feel like this generation is kind of like the breaking point for a lot of people. Because it feels like PC gaming is just like huge now. I mean, like every fucking day it feels like people are talking about like a new record that just got broken on Steam.
regroup for a second.
Like, I mean, did you see that, like, the new Elden Ring game already, like, broke, like, 200k players on Steam? Like, in the first 20 minutes?
Right, exactly as you said.
That's, like, a little crazy, right?
To assume something unusual is going on. Why don't we try talking to Maki? She often comes out here to gather oil.
Okay, and then here's where Akuma is. Oh wait, you have to talk to Maki first.
Yeah.
Sacred house.
That's in the village. It should have a waypoint for you.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I was saying at all?
Yeah, about the game duel strategy thing and Night Rain having like
Yeah.
a quadrillion million players.
Yeah.
Day one on PC. That's awesome. On one hand, that's awesome. On the other hand, Microsoft might be winning by losing. Everyone's using valves, so they're winning, but they have to give a significant portion of their potential profit to Valve. But they're still winning. Like Monster Hunter Wilds, I mean, it could technically run on Linux. I know somebody ran it. One of my friends was running it on Linux for a bit, but then later updates kind of fucked it up and it didn't work for them. It's like it's built natively for Windows and PC, Windows, and Xbox and PS5, and then I foresee a future where all video games are built for Windows.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, the Steam Deck needed to be like 75% more popular before the year of the Linux desktop for gaming happened. Right now, that's not happening, I don't think.
Yeah, the Steam Deck is like it's never really grown past being an enthusiast system, which I think is like probably what Valve wanted it to be in the first place. They don't seem like too bothered by that, but
Did you mean to send your dad died?
no. Where is Maki? Is she at the base
Maki
camp?
is in the village. In the village, yeah. The Zoo's the Everforge. She should be there.
Okay.
Ish.
It is gonna make us leave the environment link for a bit, but that's okay.
That's fine.
It is true that Microsoft kind of just wins no matter what. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
if they get people on Windows, that's still... Oh, yeah. You can't avoid Microsoft. I think there's a... Like, I mean, that's the reason why the, like, BDS boycott is just specifically Xbox. Because they know reasonably nobody in, like, the United States or, like, really any of the Western countries can escape Windows. You can't escape Windows. If you have a job, you probably can't escape Excel or Teams or whatever the fuck.
I would also argue that if you're in an Eastern country, you also can't escape Windows. Like, maybe Linux is a little bit more popular in China, sort of, but even there, I feel like Windows has a grand majority.
Yeah.
And, you know, Chinese players make up, like, a good portion of this PC market. It's just easier to have a PC there because console sales have been limited until, like, very, very recently, unless you wanted to play on, like, the Famicom, maybe.
Yeah, I keep thinking about how they, like, dropped the ball with, the Switch launch in China. Apparently, the murmurings is that Tencent kind of got cold feet early on and decided not to do much with it, and that probably, like, pissed Nintendo off.
Why didn't they partner with Nvidia like they did before? I guess those Nvidia shields that could play Wii games weren't very popular either.
Yeah, it was probably a combination of that, and also the fact that, like, What? It's like probably fair to say Tencent is like one of the biggest companies in China, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like they're
Weibo.
like if you're gonna work with anybody in the country, especially when like a lot of like, you know, outside like companies don't really like pierce through as much, you might as well partner with like one of the biggest, right? But I guess that's the ultimate showing of hubris. Just because they're the biggest doesn't mean they're the best to work with.
Tencent has its fingers in too many pies to care about marketing this machine that has zero synergy with some of their biggest acquisitions, like fucking PUBG and League of Legends, which has zero presence
Yeah.
on the Nintendo Switch. Like, what is Tencent gonna do? Oh, hey, come play fucking Pokemon Unite, guys.
Yeah,
They're already playing Pokemon Unite on their phones. That's where they're gonna market Pokemon Unite in China.
Yeah. And, like, I'm trying to remember, like, who has their, like, fingers in Nintendo. Because, like, obviously, like, Nintendo mostly does whatever the fuck they want, but other people do have their hands in the pie a little bit.
I
don't
know
know if
that
Tencent-
MBS has, like,
Specifically, the
the,
particularly
the Saudi Arabian guy kind of has some fingers in it.
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
How would I look
You
this
can
up?
you can boycott Fatal Fury as much as you want. I think no matter what, if you're into gaming, somehow some of your money is gonna end up in the hands of Saudi Arabia.
Wait,
Yeah.
Fucked up.
say bare fists against tempered monsters?
Yeah, how would I look this up? Would I just look up, like, Nintendo shareholders?
Actually just heard another story saying someone watched it happen.
Because I'm, like, genuinely
Maybe?
curious.
But thinking about it,
It might be Nintendo shareholders.
you guys would do.
Thanks, Maki. Though what you're describing still doesn't sound possible by human hands.
Right? That's why I asked her where she saw it so I could check. She said it was at the lowest part of the subterranean. Hopefully they haven't left already.
That's plenty to go on. Thanks a lot. We'll look into it from here.
Okay, let me know if you have other questions. I'm always around. See ya!
Damn, Nintendo has like 8,000 employees. For like one of the big three, that actually feels like that's not a lot. But
They're probably counting like Nintendo R&D 1 and 2 and EAD and stuff like as separate things. I don't know.
no,
It's also true that for pretty much every single video game made these days, a significant amount of helper studios have to be hired, so even if they had, like, ultimate creative control on a lot of video games, like, they probably got a lot of companies working on shit like Splatoon 3
yeah.
and, like, Mario and, like, the new Donkey Kong game.
I guess like I just like looked up how much like Microsoft has working at their gaming division. They have like 20,000. And man, they are not good at utilizing those 20,000 people at all, are they?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, some of that 20,000 is probably responsible for maintaining DirectX, which I think is probably, like, a pretty significant job. I don't know. But then, even then, like... Well, I think Nintendo also is, like, more wants to, like, outsource some of the, like, the construction. Like, ever since, like, the N64 with getting a lot of that shit built by SGI, and then ATI being branded on every GameCube, stuff like that. Like, I think they're more willing to let hardware be, like, a cooperative thing, so they probably don't have a dedicated hardware part of the company.
Yeah. Alright, where'd you spawn?
I'm at the gate, near the main tent. You know what I think I can do?
What?
See if that,
Oh!
like... Yeah.
Yeah, I found you.
Yep. Let me point where Akuma's hiding. Follow me!
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, Nintendo does outsource their development quite a lot, too. Like, obviously they have a few franchises that they tend to keep internal, like mainline Mario, mainline Zelda, Animal Crossing, that kind of thing. But then, like, a lot of spin-off stuff tends to be, like, put in, like, second or third parties. Which also makes it weird that, like, and I mean, other people have pointed this out, it's a little weird that, like, Nintendo is, like, bad about, like, crediting who works on what game. People didn't even know Princess Peach Showtime was being worked on by Goodfeel until it fucking came out. Oh, hi, Akuma. Who are you?
We belong to an organization called the Hunters Guild. To put it simply, we hunt monsters.
Wait. That fighting spirit. I see. You too are no stranger to death.
Okay, Akuma, whatever you say.
It's unbelievable what you can do with just your fists. You must have gone through rigorous training. That being said, you're doing a number on the ecology here. I'd like to ask you to stop.
What cause have we to hesitate in dispatching these fell beasts? Are you not a hunter?
Akuma, you're scaring me right now.
Life does not hesitate to exterminate other life. Should it have reason to believe it is a threat? No matter how weak or how strong they are, all creatures can exhibit the desire to kill.
I don't dispute that, sir, but the ideal we strive for is harmony with...
Enough! Know this. All who seek true strength must walk this path. If you would quail before it, begone!
When they had, like, the Sonic the Hedgehog collab, did you just go up and talk to Sonic the Hedgehog?
No, sadly. The collabs in Rise are a lot lower effort than the collabs in World and Wild seem to be. In World, like, you actually went on an adventure with Geralt from The Witcher and shit. In Rise, Sonic the Hedgehog posts an optional quest on the quest board, and you don't see him, but you get a costume that looks like him. Anyway, casually Misatsu Hunter.
Dude, he beat the shit out of me.
Dude, it's so fun to fucking play with the mushrooms. Like, they have, like, some soft body physics going on. So they tend to, like, revert to an original shape, but if you stand in the middle of them, they, like, flop around. I don't know if there's, like, a graphics setting you have to turn on for this to work. And it's the most unnecessary fucking thing in the history of this franchise. I don't care. It's really funny.
Okay, now I can do the Akuma beat up the monster bit.
Yep, you have to go to the Grand Hub. The issue is that the first time you do it, it is single player.
Yeah. Well, let's see if I've learned anything. Because I did a few quests off stream.
Thankfully, you do get the option to use a heavy bowgun for your arena thing. Or you can try to just use the Akuma movements.
Nice. What was the quest?
So you have to go to Ricardo, not the main quest person.
Oh, not Alma?
Yeah.
Hey, come here. I've got an announcement.
Yeah, Ricardo is right in the center of the lobby.
It's demonic strength, right?
Yep.
Dude, am I playing as Akuma?
Yup.
What the hell?
Probably want the equipment with the heavy bowgun. Unless you want to start learning about new weapons, or you could just learn about Akuma's hands.
Imagining, are you not quite yourself?
True strength can only be obtained in a fight with your very life on the line. Now, to seek death and face it down!
I would never say that shit. This is out OOC.
You almost sound like that Akuma fellow we met earlier. And my eyes must be deceiving me because you look just like him too.
Come, Alma. The battles to the death before me demand your witness.
I don't know if I picked the bowgun. I wasn't paying attention to what I had.
I mean, understood.
It seems like you picked the greatsword,
Oh,
so you better learn how to use Akuma.
I mean, I could also... What if I'm, like, goated at the sword? What if
That's
I'm,
also true.
What if I'm also just secretly goated at the sword?
Akuma actions. Doing my Akuma actions.
I am Akuma. Fear my Akuma blast!
Oh, you don't accept that quest invitation. I'm also doing this while you're doing this. This is parallel play. Let me equip my Shoryuken.
Oh, fuck, I forgot to eat
my...
food before I did this. Uh-oh.
No, whatever food you eat going into the arena gets removed. So it doesn't matter.
It's not what I sound like at all. This is like a dysphoria simulator.
Damn.
doing my Gao Hadouken. I don't know how to do my Gao Hadouken. I died again. I want what I want. Should have brought my heavy bow gun.
It wouldn't have been yours, it would have been a rental, so it wouldn't have been, like, as good as the one that you have equipped right now. That's the thing about, like, these arena quests. No, don't equip or unequip throwing knife, come on. You know what I want to be doing as Akuma.
I died again. So wait, if I
Don't
die
worry.
during the arena, does it just reset?
Nope, you can die up to 9 times.
Oh,
That's
shit.
the thing about the arena. It's like it's like forgiving, but the entire thing is that it's also judging you on your time, because the
Okay.
equipment is standardized for all players. So
Dude, I'm ass at Akuma.
oops, I died.
This character
I'm also
is not
kind of
me.
ass. I'm also kind of ass at Akuma. I do genuinely wish they just made a normal ass fucking weapon. However, I will settle for my funny punches Akuma. I hope in the next Monster Hunter game there is just a fist weapon.
That would be kind of fire. That was like my favorite when Fire Emblem had the fist weapons. I loved having fist characters. It's a different thing, obviously, because that's like a turn-based RPG, and this is like action-oriented, but I was thinking about it. I was thinking about how much I liked that. I'm trying to think what Fire Emblem games had that. I know, I'm pretty sure Fates had it.
It is really cool to finish off a fight with die 1,000 deaths, though.
It is kind of dope. I mean, I haven't experienced that yet, because I'm still trying to fight this thing, but...
Ooh, I got 6 minutes that time. Oh, but that A rank requires me to do it in 4 minutes. Thankfully, that gave me more than enough Street Fighter 6 tickets to actually finish building the actual Akuma set. Now I can start practicing my Akuma in real life.
Oh, I won! And I did it with Die 1,000 Deaths. Let's go.
Cool.
Sorry, I ripped off your bit.
Nah, it's sick. Okay, let me build this Akuma armor so I can do this in real life.
Akuma wins. I got a B rank for that. Wow, the B rank is like... fucking
Yeah, the B rank is kind of generous.
Yeah, the fucking C rank being 50 minutes is crazy. If you just don't do it in that time, go fuck yourself. Why on earth would you need that much time?
Sometimes people are worse than you in video games.
I'm pretty bad at Monster Hunter, though. I would not.
That's fair.
I would not consider myself very good at Monster Hunter. Alright, now I have to go to Oil Basin. No, no, no. Wrong map. They should get like a Resident Evil collab going with this game. If they're gonna do just like more of their internal properties, let's get a weapon that's just Leon's handgun.
Oh my god, I'm changing the color of his eyes? Nah, that shit's gotta stay red.
I don't want to fight you. I'm looking for Akuma. Piss off. Don't you play your theme song at me. I'm going to see Akuma. Oh, they got a demo going for the new Hunter x Hunter game.
I really liked that Hunter x Hunter game when I played it at Combo Breaker. Shit, I might have to hop on. That game's gonna be $60. That game doesn't deserve to be $60. Like, no offense, but like, come on.
You wouldn't consider Hunter x Hunter worth the money?
Not in its current state. Not without Neferpitou. If they're gonna make me pay extra for, like, my favorite character, that's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Well then,
I should watch Hunter x Hunter. I should tap in.
You should.
Is Hunter x Hunter really long?
Yeah, yes.
Fuck. I'm so bad at getting into things that are long. Basically, every anime I've ever gotten into is like 3 seasons or less.
10,000 times. That is the only way forward.
May your journey be safe.
To cease straining is to invite weakness, Hunter.
Complete Street Fighter 6 collaboration arena quests to forge Akuma items.
Forging my Akuma items. Anyway, time to save this as a loadout called Akuma.
The 20-year-old Akuma. Well, I'm just gonna fight random beasts in the field.
Oh, you don't want to grind for the Akuma bits?
I could do it later if I really feel so inclined. I miss my
I don't
bogey.
know. I don't know if this is one of the events where they take shit around, but let me join in on whatever little hunts you're going on. Wait, I also have to equip shit for my Akuma.
I can't. I wouldn't know why if this was. I don't see why it would be a limited time collab because it's like.
Yeah.
It's Capcom. They own Street Fighter. That's like if Nintendo had a collab with Kirby and they were like, and the Kirby collab ends soon. It's like, what are you talking about? That's your guy. Are you crazy? Fuck, that's right, I didn't eat food. Now I'm fighting a big old beast. I'm trying to think, what's like the longest show I've ever watched? It probably just is like Adventure Time. That's like the most I've dedicated myself to one like TV show ever. It's fucked up because I can watch like really long YouTube series, but like really long like TV shows are impossible for me. Like, yeah, it could be cool, but it's not some guy who's played 2 Pokemon games doing a Nuzlocke. What even hit me? I'm trying to grill. I'm trying to grill and chill. Maybe it's just you, but that's the second time I've suddenly gotten louder. From what I've heard...
Yeah, no, I've also kind of... Monster Hunter fucks with your shit.
Yeah, because this game is made by, like, morons. Sorry. I don't mean that. I'm sure the developers are lovely people.
Are you alright? Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out.
Sure, let me put fucking protection on. Who cares? I'm Akuma. Anyway, let me save this as a loadout called Akuma. I'll join your quest invitation. I just have to update my Akuma armor. Ah, shit. I need to make more, armor spheres.
Why did it say he was moving to a new area and then he turned his ass back around to attack me? That's crazy work.
That's really funny.
I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Changed his mind? I guess so. I see someone on my friends list is playing Elden Ring Night Rain. What is the deal with Night Rain again? It's like a weird co-op thing.
Yeah, it's like kind of like a weird like run-based roguelite shit. I don't know.
Dude, Elden Ring roguelike, I would be so ass at that. I've never played Dark Souls in my life.
Same, but I am like lightly interested, but I don't know if I'm willing to invest.
I think that's where I'm at. Like, I don't know. I'm at a point in my life where, like, I don't hate, like, hard video games, but I need hard video games to be short.
I mean, at least this is, like, run-based, so it shouldn't be
true.
that long.
But
that's part of the reason why I'm, like, considering jumping in, because, like, hey, a Dark Souls game without the RPG sounds kind of awesome, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me, is that, like, the Dark Souls games are, like, so long, and part of the reason they're so long is because they're so hard. I don't know if I could dedicate myself to 40 hours of a really hard game. I could do that when I was, like, a teenager, but when I was a teenager, all the Dark Souls ports were really poorly optimized, and I had a shit computer. So I couldn't even play, like, Dark Souls 1. But I played Cuphead. I like Cuphead. Does that mean anything to anyone, that I like Cuphead? I mean, to be fair, Cuphead is, like, not a crazy long game either. I mean, it's hard, but, like, I don't know, I think the last time I played it, my playtime was around, like, 10 hours.
Another monster's hoarding in!
I don't know, I'm trying to think of, like, other, like, hard games I like. I like the Donkey Kong Country games. Those can be quite hard. But I feel like also the DKC games are hard partially because of the live system.
Yeah.
Like, if you had infinite lives in any of the DKC games, which you kind of do a little bit in the retro games, you have limited lives, but you also kind of don't because bananas are so plentiful. But with infinite lives, those games would be a lot easier. I don't know, I guess that's what I get for growing up with Pokemon also, because Pokemon is the easiest shit in the universe. Growing up with Pokemon did not prepare me for the fact that hard video games could be really long. And competitive Pokemon does not help either, because, like, yeah, it's like, you know, you gotta be smart to get good in competitive Pokemon, but also, like, loading up a showdown match, it takes, like, 5 seconds. I've been doing kind of good on Showdown, also. I'm, like, trying to get high up with my Gen 9 Cloyster team. I've gotten to, like, 1,500, which I'm pretty happy with. It's not quite where I was at when Shed-Tail was legal, but, I mean, Shed-Tail can make any Mana Killer.
Did it actually, like, make Sceptile a threat when he had it for the couple of seconds he did?
That's the thing, I think they pretty much, like, banned Shed-Tail before Sceptile was legal. At least in, like, regular OU. It might have been legal for a second in, Nat decks.
I do think that's, like, one of the most flavorful additions they could have given to a Pokemon that old, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, all things considered, I think I've been doing this pretty good solo so far. I think I have, like, gotten okay at Monster Hunter. Suja meal?
I used my Suja Epic Mealtime.
Yes, dude, yeah. Does Epic Mealtime still upload videos?
Maybe they've been subsumed into Guga Foods.
Oh god, what the fuck is Guga Foods?
Guga is... I don't know. He's just making terrible dry-aged nonsense. It's really funny.
I get, like, YouTube shorts recommended of this one guy who ferments his own mead. I keep getting recommended the mead guy. And you know what? The mead does look like it's pretty good.
I get YouTube recommendations of a guy who goes to Japan just a Japanese, like, restaurant reviewer. And I gotta say, yeah, this content is for me. I am gonna go to Japan soon. I have to admit that I am, in fact, the prime target for Japan content slop.
Japan's definitely one of those countries that I would love to visit at some point. Honestly, I'd be willing to visit any country as long as they don't have a law that makes it so if I walk into the country, I get shot for being transgender. Like, as long as they don't have a law like that, I'm probably fine going there. I'd even go to the UK, and they would really rather want to shoot me there.
How does it look like on your end?
It looks like you're doing a lot of punches. Not to sound like a weeb, but you miss Japan so bad. Systems there are so streamlined for autistic people who like to do things alone. Yeah, I would absolutely love to visit Japan with you one day. It would be fun.
I'm actually liking Akuma. Just weird that I have to start every combo off by pressing X.
Yeah. I'll have to learn a little Japanese to get around. I can't just, like, cling to you and you take care of that part. But I was never good at my foreign languages in school. Then again, they were, like, Spanish and Italian, which are, like, very different from, like, Japanese, but...
It must also be said, I would say learning Spanish and Italian is a lot easier than learning Japanese.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, are you prepared to learn 3 new alphabets? One of which has over 20,000 characters because it is just the entire list of Chinese syllables.
Uh-oh.
And each one of those symbols has a distinct meaning.
Life is all about learning more things? Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna be good at it. You can learn something and still be bad at it. Never seen you try? I just told you in college I was fucking ass at foreign language. One of the only classes I've ever failed was a foreign language. Was it Japanese? No, but like, I'm not very good at processing like other languages. I'm not good at it. I know this about myself. This coward keeps running away.
I can't fire my Hadoukens while I'm on the machine.
Why did I get
That's
launched off of Yoshi? What the fuck
Oh, because you probably were inflicted with Blast.
By what?
So Blast is just like a delayed explosion that deals some damage. A Jaratarn can do that. It doesn't inflict normal fire.
Well, that's stupid. There we go. And I'm putting a few more bullet holes in you, pal. For good measure. Don't get up. Don't get up.
We're getting paid well for that one.
We damn well better get paid well for that one. That was tough. That took a while. Can this fucking other dude fuck off? What is he doing? We're kind of busy, dear. trying to kill that beast in the timer between the quest ending and now.
Yeah. This is what Akuma would do.
I guess so. I didn't consider all that.
Nice work, Hunter. Let's head back.
That took 16 minutes. Damn! And I didn't even get that much rank for it. Well, I guess the grind never ends.
I might need to forge a weapon with, like, really high raw. I don't know if that affects his, like, damage output.
If it's any consolation, you've forgotten like 90% of the Japanese you crammed for your trip last year. I don't like the idea of cram studying to go someplace. Which I guess that might make me a bad person. But the idea of studying before I go on a trip, like, that hurts me. I don't know, I'm also thinking I'll sound like Toby Fox saying Toho Project. It's not that I wouldn't try, I just would be bad at it. That's what I'm saying.
You okay? Nothing broken?
This is definitely doing a lot less damage than, like, my blades would do. Oh, by, like, a large margin. Oh, Akuma's kind of ass. That stinks.
No, Akuma, how could this happen?
That stinks. That makes me kind of sad. It was really funny to, like, die 1,000 deaths. Yeah, die 1,000 deaths. Oh, man. Yeah, no wonder that fight took forever. I was fucking Akuma. That makes me sad.
Is this comparable to how Akuma is on the tier list in Street Fighter? How good is Akuma in Street Fighter?
Akuma in Street Fighter is generally very good.
Oh, damn. It's not accurate to the source material at all.
Hi, SpongeBob.
Hi, SpongeBob.
Oh, ew. What the fuck is Akuma using to grab wild objects?
You're still playing
Coming out of
as
his
Akuma?
wrist. I am playing as Akuma with the layered armor. So underneath all of this, I'm just like my normal shit. I'm not fighting this Ajarakarn. We're fighting a fucking Wrathian.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh my god, I forgot to mention this when we were talking about, like, Microsoft video game stuff. And it made me laugh when I first heard of it, so I think it's funny to bring up. Because of, like, Game Pass's existence, the new Doom game, when it came out, it had less concurrent players than the new Fantasy Life game on Steam.
Awesome.
Which is just really fun.
I am kind of interested in that Fantasy Life thing. It is... a long-ass game, though, is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's like a life sim with RPG stuff in it. So, like, that kind of thing always takes, like, very long if you want to see all the story stuff. I'm gonna wait to get it on Switch too, I think. Because I feel like I'm probably more likely to play it on there.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I like my Steam Deck, but my Steam Deck is gonna, like, it's gonna lose to the new toy syndrome of Switch 2. And plus the
I wonder
Switch...
if Monster Train 2 is gonna come out on the Switch too.
Maybe. Maybe.
I hope so.
I hope, like, Nintendo also remedies the, like, physical game situation, because I know, like, the reason a lot of companies are opting for the game key cards is because you really just have that or the 64GB cards, which are expensive to produce. And, like, with all the tariffs and shit, like, most companies are gonna opt to not do that. They're not gonna go for a 64GB card. Unless they're Cyberpunk, apparently. But my ass is not buying Cyberpunk just in the hopes that it'll set a nice precedent. I don't care, man. I buy video games if I want to play the video game. I don't care about what precedent it sets for the industry, unless it's the precedent is that they're going to kill, like, innocent babies or whatever. If it doesn't have to do with that, for the most part, I don't really care about that kind of thing. I bought Pokemon Scarlet and Violet at launch. Did it set a precedent? It could've, but it actually seems like the precedent it set was that they're gonna spend more time on Pokemon games now. So I actually won the moral victory in the end.
I love being a consumerist as well.
I do. I love being a consumerist.
I bought this game at launch. This could set a precedent. I hope it doesn't. I'm having fun, though.
I mean, I think the precedent that this game sets is that Capcom is not going to bother optimizing their PC
Optimizing
games.
PC ports, yeah.
Like, I would not be surprised if the game that made me have to get, like, a better GPU now is, like, another Capcom game. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a new Resident Evil or something. Because they're probably...
You know, they have been kind of silent on that Resident Evil front, you know?
Yeah, I'm like curious about that, because for a while they were going on like a streak of like a new Resident Evil every like 2 years. I guess maybe that kind of thing was like a little unsustainable for them. I know like, for the most part they got good stuff out of it, but I know like RE3 Remake in particular was like pretty controversial.
Remember to carve that severed one.
Good that the tail was right on top of the body.
I know, like, the big rumor right now is that they're doing RE5 remake next. It'd be a little weird if they did that before, I guess it wouldn't be that weird if they did it before RE9. Because I guess they did do RE2 remake and RE3 remake before 8. I don't know, it's also just one of those things where, like, a RE5 remake isn't that exciting unless they fix the things about it that are kind of dumb. Which I guess they could. But I know, like, 5 and 6 are kind of, like, the dumb ones. I think people think 5 is okay. But they're not, like, over the moon about it. Nobody's, like, RE5 is one of the best games ever made.
Mind if I hop on?
Okay, I think I've had enough fun dressing up as a Coomer. It's time to dress up as anything other than a Coomer.
Goodbye, Akuma. You will be missed.
Yeah.
Died of a tragic
I like
tiger
looking at the
disaster.
character I've built. Sometimes.
I understand.
Leave this to me! Heels inbound!
Fuck it, I go back to being Samus now. This is a funny thing to be when you're not playing, like, heavy bowgun. Heavy bowgun is the Samus weapon.
I do love playing as Samus. It's not even true. I'm not a big Metroid head.
Guys, buy penis at penis.com.
Can you please buy the best viewers on comblast.com? Alma, did you not notice I was fighting a beast until like a minute in?
Oh, I have to get my fucking water weapon for this guy, right? Let me go put that.
Perhaps. Dude, Mario...
Go on Omega wet mode.
I just thought about the new Donkey Kong game again, and I smiled thinking about it.
I'm also kind of small and thinking about it. Oh, July's gonna be nice.
It is, it is. July's gonna be great for the Kong. It's gonna be the month of Kong.
Honestly, I'm also pretty fucking excited for the new Mario Kart.
Yeah, I'm super hyped for Mario Kart World. I've been, like, fucking counting the days down for it. It's 7 days now, by the way.
Yep. That's also Deltarune. It's kind of insane.
I think Deltarune technically drops a little bit earlier, but I'm gonna end up getting Deltarune on Switch too, and, like, buying it on a Steam sale later if I feel inclined. Which I might, because, I mean, I respect Toby Fox. I don't mind double dipping, if it means I get to re-experience a good game. That's why they call me the consumer. I must consume! I wonder when the new Hyrule Warriors is gonna come out. Because that's, like, that's another one.
Oh yeah, I forgot that they're doing that, huh?
Yeah, I like Hyrule Warriors, and I like Age of Calamity, so that's, like, gonna be big for me.
Will there be an upgrade pack for Age of Calamity? Because honestly, one of the biggest things preventing me from trying that game was seeing its frame rate.
Its frame rate is really bad, yeah. I don't know. They haven't announced one yet, but I could see it maybe happening. If they're nice, they could even just make it a free update. Or they'll charge $10 because they'll figure out a way to get fucking Zelda notes working with it. Can't wait to use Zelda notes in Age of Calamity. I did see that some people are like, that's like their breaking point with like Breath of the Wild style, like Zelda. They're like, we want a new art style. And it's like, damn. They did it. They did like another Wind Waker. Cause I like remember when like Wind Waker was like the style they were using in all the games? Except the main one, because they did release Twilight Princess afterwards. But it was like, they were making a lot of Wind Waker-styled games for a bit. You had that, you had Phantom Hourglass, you had, what's the fucking train one? Spirit Tracks? You had, even later on they did, like, more. Like, I think Triforce Heroes might have used the art style. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah?
No, yeah, it did. Okay.
I mean, Four Swords also used it, so it made sense.
True, and they did the anniversary version of that, too. They fucking love the Wind Waker art style. And I mean, fair enough. It is, like, a very nice art style.
It, like, booted me out of your mission.
Oh, did it? That's weird.
Yeah. Let me see if I can't rejoin. Did it boot me out of the fucking, No, it did not boot me out of my Link party. Awesome. Huh. For some reason, I'm not getting the ability to join your quest anymore.
That's weird.
Did it just finish for you, or? I don't know.
No, I'm still fighting.
I finished my quest that I was given. So, like, it was weird. After I was disconnected, they allowed me to complete that quest myself. And so I did. And now I think because I completed that quest with, like, the same quest ID or whatever, they're not letting me retake it.
Ah. Yeah, that'll probably do it. Dude, I'm gonna be so happy when I get paid tomorrow and I can finally just put down the rest of the money on the Switch too. And then I don't have to worry about paying for anything else. I guess I could always pay for controllers. That's what I might do if they have like more controllers like early on. I'll probably grab more Joy-Cons, because...
Yeah, I might get an extra set of Joy-Cons and then a Pro Controller too.
Yeah, because like,
I'm gonna head out to the bathroom for a bit.
Okay.
You entertain your chat without my presence.
You got it. You got it, boss. You got it, boss. I would definitely want, like, extra mouse controllers, because, again, I am, like, interested in, like, some of the new stuff they got for the Mario Party Jamboree expansion. I'm not in love with, like, everything they added for Mario Party Jamboree. Some of it I really don't give a fuck about. Like, again, I said I don't care about, like, the camera stuff. But the mouse stuff, that seems more cool to me. That is, like, stuff I would genuinely want to check out. You're on Rompopolo. That's another fun monster's name to say. Damn, I'm realizing that Mario Party Jamboree expansion drops in July too. It's gonna drop the same month as Donkey Kong. I'm gonna be eating good. A lot of my single player stuff and my multiplayer stuff covered. Oh! I might lose this quest. It's not over yet. It's not over till it's over. Dude, this Rompopolo is kicking my ass. It's so much damage to me too. I might have to upgrade my armor soon. I ain't even gonna lie to you, I might need to upgrade my armor soon. Bitch! freepussy@gmail.com. Download free pussy apps today. Real shit? Yeah, just go to pussy2.com. Wait, I changed my mind. Go to pussy3.com. Yeah, you could win a free iPod, even. Hey, bub. God, I love the phrase, bub. Hey, bub.
You'd be a big fan of Wolverine.
Of what?
Wolverine?
Does Wolverine call people bub?
Yup.
That's awesome. I'm still fighting this fucking Rompopolo. I ran out of high potions, so I'm kind of fucked. Yeah, I lost the hunt. You exiting the hunt, made me lose.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, yeah, I need to restock my high potions. Or rather, mega potions. Sorry. Sorry, I'm thinking of RPGs.
It's same shit.
Same shit, different ass.
Mm-hmm. I can't stand games that call them, like, tinctures or some shit. That's a potion, brother.
I'm trying to think
That better potion?
I'm trying
That's
to
a high potion.
I'm trying to think what games even use tinctures.
I don't know, probably some game that's like, our fantasy RPG can't have potions. It's gotta have tinctures.
Hold on, if I look up tincture right now, I'll probably find like a game or two. No, I'm just getting actual tinctures, including cannabis ones.
Yeah, that's probably where the word is used most nowadays.
Okay, I looked up tincture video game. First one is Undermine. I've never heard of this game in my life. Pathologic 2. That's a game I've heard of. Path of Exile.
Okay, but Path of Exile definitely has potions. At least if I remember shit right.
Well, apparently it has tinctures as well.
Yeah, that's like where my majority issue stands, when it has, like, when it has tinctures but no potions, and the tinctures are supposed to be the potions.
I don't know
but
if
they want to be, like, weird and quirky about it, you know?
I don't know if there's many games that do have tinctures, though. Like, I don't know. The list seemed pretty small.
I mean, I guess there's, like, Lifestone in the SMT games.
Mm-hmm.
But SMT also has, like, Medicine, and I feel like Medicine is, like, a decent replacement for Potion. It also has Ox Bezoar, which isn't a decent replacement for Potion. Why are we getting Ox Bandages?
Because it's good for you? Because it helps you? How do you say this guy's name again? Shuwu?
I think it is Shuwu, yeah.
We gotta hunt the tempered Shuwu and the tempered Guardian Ebony Daggeron. That's a fucking mouthful. Well, I found
that's
Shuwu.
a lot of words.
Yeah, I'm used to Monster Hunter words being like one and not plentiful. I mean, Shuwu is technically 2, but it's also like 4 letters, so it's like fine.
To be fair, there was just a monster called Odagaron, but you have to play World to fight that guy.
Hmm.
The fact that there's Guardian-specific monsters is so weird. Like, you can't just fight a normal Odagaron or even just a normal Ebony Odagaron. You have to fight Guardian Ebony Odagaron.
That is fucked up. Dude, this Shuwu does so much damage to me. I think actually I need to upgrade my armor.
Yeah, you might need to start pumping in. You might need to get more, a better armor.
Get new armor from pussy.com.
Buy new armor followers from streamboo.com.
Dude, if Streamboo had armor, I would have caved by now. My horny ass could not be allowed near the armor. Dude, I'm realizing, thinking about like Mario Party again, I can't imagine how toxic, like, Northern Lions Mario Party streams are gonna become with the expansion.
Oh, man.
I was, like, watching one of his recent Mario Party VODs, and, like, he kept losing all the minigames early on, and basically every time he was blaming it on his teammate. There was, like, every single one he was blaming it on whoever he was paired up with.
God, like, because of that, that's why I want to try Mario Party with... Even if the camera is, like, definitely the weaker of the two gimmicks they're introducing there.
Yeah. Yeah, alright. I died. I'm gonna go see if I can get better armor. Or upgrade my armor, as it were.
Hey. What are we making today? Hello.
Look, I upgraded my helm twice. I should probably upgrade my, my mail, though. That's probably the wiser decision.
Actually, every armor piece in the game, like, there's no, like, unique defense values. All of them in the same set has the same defense value for each part.
Oh, okay.
So normally, like, in most RPGs, your plate mail would actually give you the most armor, while your helm would give you the least. In Monster Hunter, every piece is equally important. It's mostly the things you change the pieces of the armors out for is, because they have, like, different effects on them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm doing my mail anyways, because it makes me feel better. It just feels stronger. It's not actually stronger, it just feels stronger. Alright, real geniuses will understand. Also, no problem, V. I hope...
No problem, V. Yeah, I hope that things turn out better.
Same. You're always welcome here. Gaming hard or hardly gaming? I'd say we're gaming hard. We're doing quite a hard hunt. I kind of put us in a really hard hunt. At least hard for me, because my armor ain't that good.
Oh no, this is hard. I will say straight up, this is just hard.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Oh, you killed the Shuwu
this
for
guy's...
me. Thank you.
Yeah, and this thing is fucking off, so we can actually carve the Shuwu piece.
I do hope that a few people in our group end up getting the expansion for Mario Party, because, God, I really do want to do the team. I think the team would be really funny. It's like a new level of toxicity to introduce.
I probably will be getting the expansion. But that, like, the thing is that, like, I don't know if everybody else is gonna be, because, you know, that requires them to have a Switch too.
Yeah.
That's, pretty hefty asking price.
Yeah.
Paying $450 to just get a little bit extra on their, Mario Party game.
Honestly, I could see Rick maybe doing it. Rick feels like the next most likely person, and then after that, I'm not sure. I don't know if Sienna... Like, Sienna doesn't even own it. But she's like one of the Switch 2 owners.
When's Sienna's birthday? When would be a reasonable time to excuse myself to give somebody a $60 game plus $20 expansion pass?
Funny you should say that. Sienna's birthday is on Pokemon Day. It's, February 7th. That's how I always remember it, is that it's exactly on Pokemon Day.
I'm bleeding. I'm no longer bleeding.
But yeah, I hope we get at least like 2 other people who end up getting the expansion so we can do a double team. I feel like we have to be on a team together. I feel like we're the classic motherfucker Morgan duo.
What, you and me?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I feel like...
I was gonna say, the classic duo to me is you and Jen, but I guess that's less of a duo and more of a couple.
Yeah, that's more of a couple. We're not like a entertaining duo. Well, we are entertaining to be our, but that's not like our thing. Our thing is that we're in love with each other, madly and deeply. And yeah, Jen's not getting that shit day one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Honestly, it's very likely that by the time like me and Jen move in together, I will be the only Switch 2 owner in that apartment.
Hey, but if you move in together, then you don't have to get separate versions.
That is true. That is true. Also, literally, I'm like gangsta SpongeBob. All right, I'm allowed to flaunt a little bit because I don't get paid like crazy at my job. I've just been really good about like saving money. So I have like a lot of money saved for the move, but I also just like reasonably am able to like spend money without like being too upset about it. Now, when I have to start paying bills and stuff, like the rent and stuff, that's gonna be more upsetting. Yeah. But you know, at the moment, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, I need to not die again, because then we're gonna lose the quest.
I'd give you 1 extra knockout. I ate that Suja meal, that gives you 1 extra knockout. That's part of the reason why I like Unum.
Oh, I appreciate that, thank you. Now I can be bad at the game in peace. It is true that I'm getting mad stuff for my Switch 2 at launch. But also, to be fair, I haven't been buying a lot of games this year, because there hasn't really been a crazy amount that's been, like, exciting for me. Like, all the exciting stuff is, like, Switch 2 stuff, mostly. And, like, Deltarune and stuff. I'm excited for Deltarune.
Oh, man. Why the fuck did that take so long?
I don't know, it's fucked up.
These things have so much health. It might also be time for new guns, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I should probably look into that.
I could do the boring thing and just look up heavy bowgun builds online, but I feel like that's not the spirit of things.
Yeah, it's not my spirit. If I was, like, infinitely, like, if there was, like, if it was, like, I was playing this game, like, infinitely, then maybe, but I don't think this is, like, an infinite game for me. I think this is a game where I play it when it gets a cool update, and then I drop it again, and then I play it when it gets a cool update, and then I drop it again. Like, I'm definitely, like, more into Monster Hunter now than I was before, but I'm still not, like, I'm not a grinder. I'm not gonna be spending, like, hundreds upon hundreds of hours on it. Although, honestly, it could happen. It could happen. I could be wrong. Maybe with all the updates, that could eventually happen.
Yeah. I mean, usually the life cycle for Monster Hunter games nowadays is drop a base game. The base game, if you just, like, do the main story stuff and, like, a couple of the update stuff, it'll take you, like a good 50 hours. If you're, like, slowish at it, or, like, in general, if you do, like, everything the update has to offer. But then they drop a DLC that is basically, like, a full upgrade to the game, and then that adds another 50 hours.
Yeah. Is the audio levels fluctuating for anyone else? That's what
Yes.
fucking happens when I play Monster Hunter.
When she completes a quest, her audio will spike in volume. I don't know why it happens. I wish I knew.
I also wish
Does
I
that
knew.
happen to me too? Like, as far as I know, it could also be happening to me.
No, I would have noticed.
Who was it? Rick, who was also experiencing that same fucking issue?
I don't think Rick has this game. I think it
No, it
was
wasn't.
Bober. I think it was Bober.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was Bober. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was Rick.
Yeah, Rick's more on the Nintendo end. I don't think Rick has like a crazy strong PC. Could be wrong.
Yeah, Bober was like completely muted for a period when we were playing this game last.
Yeah.
This is not the monster you're fighting. Let me find the monster you're fighting.
I'm fighting Blonganga. Me?
Blangonga.
Me? Blongonga.
I can't wait to hear that in my mind, every time anyone plays that land in Magic the Gathering. The fact that because it's a land, you just put it onto the battlefield for free. Dog.
It's fucked up when FF7 and Remake and Rebirth drop on Switch 2. I'ma probably, like, drop the money on both of them.
You know what? I haven't dropped the money on that on PC. I might drop it on Switch too, if I want like a big fat RPG to play. And I don't have anything at the beginning.
Remake is a little rough, but I do genuinely really like Rebirth. I think Rebirth is great.
The thing is that I need to play OG fucking Final Fantasy VII first.
You should! That game is like, genuinely, this is one of my like top 10 games ever made. I fucking love OG FF7. The remake trilogy will never be that for me, but I still accept them. I still accept them.
Speaking about like old ass RPGs, I was like in the middle of a playthrough of fucking, what was it? Of Persona 2. Persona 2 Part 1. And then Monster Train 2 dropped, and I wasn't spending my time on anything else. Also, I still need to finish Pokemon X. Fuck!
Yeah, I'm waiting for you before I do post-game.
Okay. I'll try to, like, gun through that this weekend.
It's not too bad. Dude, I beat Pokemon X in, like, 16 hours. That's still crazy to me. I do know about Metaphor. That's like one of the Atlas games that they just recently did.
I kind of want to do my second playthrough of that, but I don't think I'm going to do that until I finish my second playthrough. Until I finish Persona 2. And then I have to finish my second playthrough of SMT4, because I keep on saying SMT4 is like a life-changing tier game for me, and I've only finished it once.
Right.
Some games are just like that. They're just games that change your life and you don't have to touch it again.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, that's Undertale for me.
That was kind of Super Paper Mario for me. Because I played that, like, a little bit in, like, 2012, 2013. It, like, completely rewrote my sense of humor. I didn't even actually finish it back then. But now I played it now, and I'm like, oh yeah, I see why this, like, rewrote my brain.
See, the thing about Super Paper Mario is that it's funny, but it's funny also, like, meta-narratively. Like, as a video game, it is a funny video game.
Yeah.
Because of its construction and what it asks you to do. And what they ask you to do is what they ask you to do because it is explicitly a game that was supposed to be on the GameCube that got pushed up.
Yeah.
And then they had to, like, crunch for time and fill in content, and they did it in a way that just, like, mocks the concept of video games as a whole.
Yeah. It feels like a little Earthbound-esque in that it's not necessarily, like, mean-spirited, but it is taking the piss. Okay, the fucking geek lizard is kind of mean-spirited, but other than that...
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll never be a game like Super Paper Mario again. Even if they remade that shit, it still wouldn't be the same. Dude, I just thought about the concept of remaking Sticker Star, but with real combat, and I laughed about it, because it's like, that wouldn't fix a lot of the problems with that game, but it would still probably be significantly better.
I love these folding boulders. They're funny.
They are. I love seeing the 900 damage done to this fool. Paper Mario Sticker Star really is, like, the easiest target ever. Like, it's a little lowbrow to even mention it, but it is, like, it is not very good. I don't know, is it the worst video game to ever come out? No, but it's still, like, not a good game at all. I don't know, Paper Mario Sticker Star is, like, the same tier to me as, like, Yoshi's New Island.
Yeah, the 3DS surprisingly has a lot of games that kind of just suck shit from Nintendo, which is wild, because I think it's also one of the best Nintendo consoles for third parties, like, ever.
Yeah. I mean, they had some strong entries on there. I think, like, even if the Fire Emblem output is, like, controversial on there, I think, like, I don't know. You'll probably still love at least one of them. And one of them will probably be either Awakening or Echoes. Fates, you're kind of required to like on top of one of the other two. I feel like you can't like Fates on his own, because if you like Fates but not Awakening or Echoes, you're like insane. That doesn't like make sense. Why hasn't there been a new Fire Emblem game in a while? It hasn't been that long. N-Gage was 2023.
Yeah, and 2023, so it's not that long. I also don't want strategy RPGs to be something that has like a 2-year development cycle. Yeah. I'm okay if those games sit still for the next 4-5 years. Well, not from this, for sit still for 4 or 5 years, right? I think that maybe the next Fire Emblem should come out on the Switch 2 in 2020, like 7 or 6.
I mean, it would be fine if it came out a little earlier, if they kind of, like, split development like they did with Three Houses and N-Gage. It's also one of those things where, keep in mind, it would be fine if it came out, because N-Gage was leaked in, like, 2020, and was leaked to have been finished that year. So they kept that shit in their back pocket for a long time. Like, that was leaked as the, like, 30th anniversary game for the series, and coming out for the 30th anniversary. That I guess just because Three Houses was so popular, they decided to delay a bit. Or I say a bit, it was, like, delayed by, like, 2.5 years. And, like, also, Three Houses and N-Gage do not share a lot of staff. Because Three Houses was primarily Koei Tecmo, while N-Gage was primarily Intelligent Systems.
You know what would be insane?
What?
I want Firaxis to work on a Fire Emblem game.
What has Firaxis done?
XCOM.
Oh, okay.
That will, like, never happen, but imagine.
Could be funny.
Have you ever played XCOM?
I have not. I have not.
it is genuinely one of my favorite, like, I think it and Fire Emblem live in my heart as XCOM 2 War of the Chosen and, like, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance and, honestly, Fire Emblem Three Houses. I know that might be, like, kind of controversial, but part of the reason I like Three Houses is because it almost feels like a little bit more XCOM-y. The way there is, like, a barracks that you sort of have to build up your units and customize them as you see fit, rather than them having, like, built-in classes and shit like that. And, like, the customization takes, like, genuine effort on your part to, like, train them new skills. I don't know. There's parts of it that, like, really do remind me of, like, getting squad members to level up, and then if they're injured, you know, their availability is lowered and shit like that. I don't know. There's a lot of cool stuff in XCOM. And I think having part of that, like, bleed into Fire Emblem could be fucking sick. Oh, that's a water weapon, if I've ever seen one.
Three Houses is, like, a weird game for me. It didn't really, like, gel in the same way that, like, the 3DS Fire Emblems did for me. It's, like, for me, it's a little too big for its britches. You know, it is, like, an impossibly big game. I mean, each route is, like, 60 hours, and, like, it kind of feels a little lesser than the sum of its parts for me. I think for people who get really invested in the characters in the world of Three Houses, it's, like, the most insane value proposition ever. It's like, oh, it's literally, like, 4 cakes in front of me. But for me, it's kind of more like, it's a bit too much. It's a bit too much. I don't care about
I'm definitely one of the 4 cakes people.
And I respect that. I respect that. I like Three Houses. I don't like it that much. I think it's, like, probably middle-of-the-road Fire Emblem for me.
Wait, is this seriously the first time you're fighting Gravios?
I guess so, yeah.
Oh. Also, if you see a Chelmantle bug on the wall, you should probably, like, eat it.
Honestly,
because
you know
otherwise you'll lose health to heat.
Honestly, you know what's crazy? The fact that my, like, hate relationship with Fates was ended by Codename Steam means I'm probably more likely to go back to Fire Emblem Fates than I am Three Houses. Because, like, Fire Emblem Fates is also a game that's a bit too big for its britches, but it's also, like, each route is, like, 30 hours as opposed to 60. It's literally, like, less than half of the game that Three Houses is.
Yeah. See, the thing about, Fates is that I think there are pieces of it that I don't hate. I like the concept of, like, hey, there are, like, ways to manipulate your environment that are in greater detail than there were in previous Fire Emblem games, and that's cool. But, like, one, I don't think it was done in such a masterful way that it probably should have been.
Yeah.
Or could have been. And, like, second of all, I don't know. There's just a lot of things about Fates.
It's still Fates.
Yep.
I don't know. I do have, like, a boatload of problems with Fates. I mean, like, it's like, it's not as free as Awakening is. Awakening, like, fucking, like, opens the floodgates with, like, so many different possibilities for your units. Awakening is, like, a game where, like, every playthrough of it feels different. You're gonna have, like, different units you end up preferring to use. You're gonna have different units that, with different classes. There's so much shit to it, and, like, I don't know, Fates fails to capture that, specifically because of the mechanic you mentioned with the dragon blood. Because of the dragon...
Oh, is it, like, locked to specific people?
It's the royals. It's just the
Oh,
royals
fuck.
and their children. So, like, in every Fates playthrough, you're gonna be obligated to, like, stack as many of the Lord characters as you can, which is boring. And it's like, you are already gonna use a good chunk of them because they're just strictly the best characters. Like, Ryoma, fucking... What's the blonde guy from Conquest? Leo, not Leo. I was thinking of the... Xander! Xander's really strong. Then again, Leo is pretty strong too. And so is Takumi. See, honestly, part of the problem is also that not only do they have the insane dragon blood, it's also just that the royal units are some of the best characters in the game, like, strictly speaking. Like, Takumi is fucked up, Ryoma's fucked up, Xander's fucked up, Leo's fucked up. They're fucking fucked up strong. And then you have, like, Camilla's no slacker. Hinoka can be alright. Sakura and, like, Elise are, like, healers, so you might end up using one of them just because they're, like, healers you get early.
See, the fact that every run-through feels different and who you prefer can be different every time, that's part of the reason why I like Three Houses, because it takes that to the absolute insane conclusion. Like, maybe it takes it a little too far, yes. However, it will never be too far for me. I will love that shit.
I will say, I don't think Three Houses is as free as Awakening is. I think Awakening is, like, the peak of, like, having so much shit you can do to make fucked up, broken units.
How do you think it's less free? Maybe because you have to actually, like, go through to, like, make the units, like, learn the tests, so you actually have to train the weapon skills needed?
I mean, yeah, that's the big thing. And, like, in Three Houses, you're always on a timer. In Awakening,
that's
you can...
true, but that's like, I mean, I guess, yeah. Awakening gives you that infinite amount of time, and that's, like, huge. However, the timer is the best part, because that means that, like, ensures that you can't just do the same thing every time. You only have so many days, right? Like, if you, like, you might do something really good, but you won't be the most optimal, and then you can bring that knowledge to your next run. IDK. Oh, man. I just really like how it's...
It's just simply too long for me. They should have
Of course, then again, like I said, I love XCOM, so I love timers being put on you as you try to make your fucked up insane units. Because that's the entire heart of XCOM.
I guess that's the thing, yeah, because I like the min-maxing of Awakening a lot. I think that's, like, a really fun aspect about it. I think it's also fun to get different combinations of marriages for the kids, because it, like, gives them different strengths and weaknesses.
And colors of hair.
And colors of hair, that is true.
That's always the cutest part about it.
And I mean, there are always going to be some skills that you strictly want to get on as many units as possible, like...
Gale Force.
Gale Force, yeah. But also, what's the one skill that, like, makes it so your weapons don't die if your luck procs it? Because I had that on my most recent Awakening playthrough.
Arms Thrift?
Arms Thrift, yeah. I had Arms Thrift on my, Severa, and, like, her luck stat, because I think her dad was Donald, she had a luck stat of 48, so she had a 96 chance to not use up her weapon at all. It was fucking crazy.
Oh, by the way, the Gravios is dead, and it's in, area 16. If you want to go and carve it.
I'm not gonna be able to navigate that, so I ain't even gonna worry about it. You know, if...
Just mark it on your map, and I'll distract this guy.
Yeah,
Better you can stay here and help me in the hunt.
I'd rather stay and help.
Plus, I don't know how good Gravios is for, like, a heavy bow gunner. If I were to suggest new armor pieces, I would say Guardian Odogaron, the high rank ones, might be like a good one to look at.
Yeah.
Because it has like burst, which means that if you like rapid fire, it'll make your rapid fire a lot stronger.
Also, yeah, I just saw what Jen said in chat. Unfortunately, Camilla is viable. Yeah, she is viable in part because she is like a flyer in a game where flyers are generally pretty good. Fire Emblem
Has there ever been a Fire Emblem game where flyers are generally bad?
I don't know. There's some games where they feel worse than others. Like, I tried to get a flyer to work when I played, like, Sacred Stones, and flyers didn't feel great there. That's another game that, like, if you know what you're doing, you can kind of min-max the shit out of, so...
How
like,
can
Sacred
flyers
Stones
be bad when the fucking what was it, Draco Knight or like Wyvern Knight has fucking Pierce on it, and the proc rate is like skill percentage, and they have Cormag, who has like a really high skill rank. They have Vanessa, who also has a pretty high skill rank. So you just have these fuckers going around assassinating people because Pierce not only ignores defense, it also like doubles the attack incoming. It's fucked up.
I don't know. In my experience, flyers are hit or miss.
I don't know. In my experience, Vanessa and Cormag have always been like goated.
I mean, I played Shadow Dragon, and flyers weren't very good in Shadow Dragon. Or, like, the original one, not the remake.
Okay.
I haven't finished the remake, because I think that shit is ass.
I think that shit looks ugly as sin, but I do want to see what 12 is about, because it has that character creator. But, like, I don't know, man, that art style is kind of ass. It's kind of poop from a butt.
The art style is ugly, and it's like... Literally, how the fuck do you make a remake of an NES game, and I would, like, always prefer to play the NES game? How do you do that? Like, when they did Echoes, like, Echoes kind of ensured that I'm not gonna really go out of my way to play Gaiden again, because if I want to play Gaiden, I'll play Echoes. But, like, Shadow Dragon is like, why would I play that over the original? I don't know, maybe I'm the crazy one. Although, I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm not, though, because, Oomfy Alto has been playing through the Fire Emblem games, and they said that Shadow Dragon feels worse than the original. So I'm vindicated. I feel vindicated.
Now, do you think you can get to Area 16 before that corpse disintegrates?
Probably not. I mean, we're on Area 9. I don't even know where the fuck to go.
Oh yeah, trying to open the map would just end the quest. Whoops.
Yep. So, it's over. It's over. I do remember the flyers being really good in Echoes, though. In Echoes, like, I used basically all 3 flyers that you get. Echoes is such a damn good game.
I should try it.
It's not quite as freeform as like an Awakening or a Three Houses, but damn, it's so good though.
You want to eat a funny meal?
I suppose I could. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. I guess that depends on your own stamina.
That's the awesome thing about meals in this game. They last even after you long off. So whatever meal you ate last, it'll still be on your character.
Well, I think I have a meal still going, so I'm not gonna use one right now.
My meal only had 4 minutes left on it.
I got like 35 minutes, so I'm good for now.
Oh, I need to restock my high potions. I might be coming down with something, and that's bad. I don't want to be coming down with something.
The worst part is the song "Get Down with the Sickness" is gonna be stuck in your head.
Get down with the sucking and the fucking.
I laughed at this Blue Sky post I saw earlier related to Fire Emblem, where it was like someone just posted, like it was posted like the Pokemon Presents is coming in July, and then someone like quote reposted it with like, finally the FE4 remake is coming out. They're gonna announce it.
I'm also interested in seeing FE4 remake, but there's something about that game that gives off an energy of like, I feel like I would feel about that game the same way you feel about Three Houses, where it's trying to do too much.
Maybe. Well, the good news is this is another Gravios hunt. Dude, this guy got crazy paunch.
Yup.
You know the scaly artist drawn and thick as hell.
You don't need the scaly artist to do that. Capcom drew him thick as hell.
Did they?
Look at him.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about him being
Like
a little
literally thick,
anthropomorphized.
not VICC, but like literal actual thickness.
Well, yeah, but I'm still thinking in terms of like anthropomorphism.
Dude, a Monster Hunter game where... I'm not even gonna say that. That's actually weird the more I think about it.
Are you gonna say how Monster Hunter games where
You have to be hunt... You have to hunt human beings. Essentially, you have to hunt other sentient beings.
Congratulations, you just invented a game about participating in a race war.
Jesus.
And you know it would be like the most racist story anyone's ever written.
Oh my god, it would just be fucking Laguz versus the Bayork in fucking Path of Radiance. Except, the Laguz are so cool. They're like the best implementation of Manicheets in any Fire Emblem game. I will say that it's also kind of like a little bit of a sticking point for Three Houses, is that they never give you a Manicheet in that game.
Yeah, it doesn't have soul. Three Houses lost the soul. That's why N-Gage is superior. N-Gage has the soul.
Is there like an act... Okay, I know that I've played enough of Engage that I've played through like the main plot. Other than the main character, is there like a playable... I know, sorry, spoilers for N-Gage. Is there a playable Manicheet in that game other than the one character?
I don't believe so, to be fair.
And like, even then, you can't actually Dragon Morph until like the final part.
Yeah.
Like, they did not give you that for long.
I mean, honestly,
Well,
I
guess the Engage mechanic is kind of like Manicheet morphing,
yeah,
but you're
like,
morphing
that's
into
what I was
human
thinking,
beings.
is they kind of have, like, transformations still with the Engage mechanic. I definitely, like, vastly prefer Engage. That's
Yeah, I
my
don't.
thing.
Like, I do think that N-Gage has a lot of customization potential. I just really do not like that gacha mechanic, and I also think the story is deep. Despite the name, the story is not engaging at all.
I find it more engaging than Three Houses story. I'm sorry.
Real.
It's
That's
a story
interesting.
about the power of friendship. All right, that's more real than like whatever Edelgard's going on. People keep arguing about her deal.
I'm
I
not
don't know.
taking the
I
bait.
think
I'm not taking the bait. I'm not taking the bait.
I'm sorry. Three Houses Glazers kind of made me hate Three Houses more. I think like I thought the game was fine when I played it, and I even like liked it quite a bit. But the more I heard people talk about it, the more I was like, wait, you people are stupid. You guys are like wrong. I think it might be like, and like this is like very elitist for me to say, because a lot of the people who played Three Houses are tourists. They didn't play any other Fire Emblem games, they just played Three Houses. And they were like, oh my god, this is one of the best games ever made. And it's like, brother, I was playing the other ones. I played Fire Emblem on the NES. Did you play Fire Emblem on the NES?
I played a lot of Fire Emblems, and I still play Three Houses.
Well, you're weird. I've never even seen you without that hat.
I'm not the only person who's played a lot of Fire Emblem games that glazes Three Houses.
You're fewer than you think. You're fewer than you think. A lot of the Fire Emblem enjoyers I know are bigger into N-Gage. N-Gage is very like, it's much more classic in its setting and its world.
Yeah, but I don't want classic. I want a good evolution of the strategy RPG genre. Maybe it's because I'm also an XCOM glazer that I glaze fucking Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want Fire Emblem to be like XCOM, I guess Three Houses is the best game ever. I like my.
See, I don't want it to be like XCOM. I still want Fire Emblem to be Fire Emblem, but like, I don't know. I like Three Houses.
It's okay to like Three Houses. I just like engagement.
Yeah, that's a fine opinion for you to have. I'm genuinely stumped on you saying that, like, oh, the plot in N-Gage is better. The plot in N-Gage is worse than the plot in, like, Shadow Dragon.
That's definitely not true.
I don't know, maybe it's that I don't like the archetypes of the characters in there. They're written in a very awakening way.
So are Three Houses characters.
That's also true. That's also true. But I feel like, I don't know.
I don't know, like, N-Gage is very much a story about, like, not, you know, not going with, like, first impressions, actually, like, building bonds with people, learning what makes them tick, understanding that your birth does not define who you are as a person. It's a transgender game. It's a Mewtwo game, even. Mewtwo would play it and he would understand.
Yeah, I like kind of get that, but I feel like there's been more impactful stories about it. I don't know. Like, part of it is that playing through Engage made me feel like this is very much a game written for 13-year-olds. And I guess that's also true for fucking Three Houses. I don't know what I could possibly say that makes me sound any different than a Three Houses blazer that you dislike.
Honestly, you know what it really comes down to? Three Houses is more racist than N-Gage is.
That's true. That's true. That's definitely true. Fire Emblem has always had a race problem. Engage is definitely the best of those.
Yeah.
Even though I do think the brown characters are still a little orientalized in that game.
Most of them are, yeah. Although there's the one Lady Knight that you get later, who I really like the design of. I think she's badass. They make her like a cool grandma, but also for some reason she's supposed to be like 35 years old, which I don't believe.
Yeah.
She's like one of the best designs they've ever had, though. It's just like a badass grandma. It is funny. I'm glazing Engage quite a bit, but that game has problems. I mean, the character design, I think, is like okay, but it also is like a complete mismatch a lot of the time. And the problem with that is that apparently they didn't tell the character designer like most of the important information about these characters, including their age. So characters just don't look the age they're supposed to be.
I never noticed that much except for the 35-year-old.
Well, I think, like, the grandpa knight that you get early on also, he's supposed to be, like, 40. He also, like, looks way older than he's supposed to.
Have you played Path of Radiance or Radiant Dawn? I haven't finished Radiant Dawn.
I've played most of Path of Radiance. I've told this story before. I played most of Path of Radiance, and I really liked what I played. I got up to, like, chapter, like, 22 or something, and then what happened was, I was playing Path of Radiance on a ROM I downloaded before my internet exploded for like a month. And because I was like 15 and I didn't understand computers, I did not know how to get it back online. But when it eventually came back online, I really wanted to play The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, and I stopped playing Path of Radiance and played like 100+ hours of Isaac. I'm sorry, Ike. I'm sorry, Ike. The basement was too tempting.
That's fine.
I do want to stream Path of Radiance when it comes to NSO, though, because I really did
enjoy
the game.
I forgot that that's gonna happen. I'm gonna probably play through that game again when that happens.
Yeah, I'll definitely, like, stream it. Because I know that's, like... It's, like, pretty uncontroversial to say that, like, that game is good as fuck. I don't think like...
Yeah.
You're not
I do think it has the best of the game where there isn't like a high number of fights or a near infinite amount of fights. It has the best bonus like
yeah
speed system easily, and also it's the only game in the series to have fixed mode, which is weird. It's not particularly good, but it is a thing that it has that nothing else has.
Yeah. I don't know, it is kind of crazy that I never finished Path of Radiance, though. Considering some of the other Fire Emblems I finished, I guess it's not that many. I say finished. What Fire Emblems have I finished? I finished Fire Emblem on the NES. I finished 7 and Sacred Stones. I finished Awakening, Fates, Echoes, Three Houses, Engage. I'm a bit of a new head, but I like the GBA games a lot. I did start with Awakening, so I have a strong attachment to that game.
Which one did you start out with? Oh, okay. I started with Sacred Stones because I was one of the suckers that bought a 3DS near the launch window, where that system had no games and was $80 more expensive.
Yeah.
But because they fucking rug pulled us, they gave us Sacred Stones for fucking free, and that was my first Fire Emblem game, and I loved the shit out of it. That was an insanely good game. That was the majority of my 2011, and that's a great way to just like prepare people to just buy Awakening on release. So Awakening was my second Fire Emblem game, and I fucking loved it so deeply. Oh man, I have something to fucking say. You already know that I'm like an SMT pervert. Part of the reason I'm an SMT pervert is because Fire Emblem and SMT were both 2013 on my 3DS that took up the majority of that year for me was just playing those two games. And when I heard that they were gonna do a crossover, I was so hyped until it turned out it wasn't a crossover and it was just an anime idol game.
Yeah, Tokyo,
That shit was so ass, bro!
Tokyo Mirage Sessions is one of the funniest video games to ever come out. What were they cooking?
Oh, I'm so sad. Nothing will disappoint me more, bro. It's so insane.
That game's got shooters, too. I've seen some Tokyo Mirage Sessions shooters out there.
This'll freshen you up quick.
I should probably give that game a chance, but like something in my heart is like so thoroughly broken that if I look at that game, I get mad.
I think it might be one of those things where, like, you could give it a chance, but your, like, predisposed bias might just make you hate it still. Even if you think it's kind of fun. You might still just have too much hatred in your heart. It happens.
Yeah.
That's why I don't play, like, Persona. Because I think of Persona and I think of, like, it as kind of cringe. And I don't want to play Persona as a result because I'm like, oh, but even if I play it, what if I just hate it anyways?
You're still cooler than the majority of Persona players because you've actually touched SMT5.
I have.
Like, the fact that so many Persona players refuse to engage with other games that inspired it, to refuse to engage with entries in the series that came out, like, before the year 2000s, or, like, refuse to engage with the entries in the series that aren't, you know, fucking 3, 4, and 5, is, like, absurd to me. Especially 2! 2 is, like, really good. I've been really liking 2. I think the character designs in that game specifically are, like, kind of peak.
Dude, I'm feeling like a little bit of schadenfreude seeing people, like, kind of upset about recent news about Persona 4 Remake. I'm such a hater. I'm such a hater. I have no reason to have that hatred in my heart. But when I see people upset about the state of Persona, I smile. I'm like, yeah, that's the way things should be. I'm evil, I acknowledge, it's not a good way to be. But, like, listen. If it makes me happy, is it really so wrong?
You know, like, on one hand, I would love to see, like, Persona stop being the only JRPG people play. Because that's insane. The fact that so many people are like, yeah, Persona 5 is the only JRPG I ever played, makes me mad. Because, one, Persona 5 is, like, one of the worst Persona games. Genuinely. It has, like, no difficulty. It never asks you to think that much strategically. And also, like, why don't you engage with JRPGs? They are a very... Turn-based combat can be so good, bro. You just need to play a game that isn't dogshit ass doo-doo. And, like, think with your brain sometimes.
Yeah, but Pokemon isn't a JRPG, though. It's a monster collecting game. It's different. It's different. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. That shit always pisses me off. I'm like, what are you talking about? Do you realize
that
how stupid
deeply
you sound?
pisses me off? That pisses me off a whole lot, too.
Whenever
and
I see, like, Pokemon fans do that, I'm like, what are you talking about? Fucking Pokemon Red and Blue is, like, the most JRPG-ass game ever.
You know what? I also like thinking about is, like, especially with Pokemon, but, like, this is true of all JRPGs and, like, a lot of turn-based games. A deep appreciation of, like, RPGs and turn-based games feels like you would give you a deep appreciation for card games and vice versa. I feel like...
That's facts. I love card games.
Of course, like, I'm the slopper. I like some Persona games, and I also like fucking MTG, so I love consuming slop. Give me that. Give me 3 houses.
I made eye contact with it.
I wouldn't go as far as to call 3 houses slop. I was mean about it, but I wouldn't call it a slop game. Fates is more slop than 3 houses. Just because I would prefer to play Fates does not mean I think Fates is a better game. I do think that Engage is a more mechanically rich game, though. That's something I genuinely believe.
You know what? I don't even disagree with you on that.
That's my partner.
I think part of the quote-unquote depth of 3 houses is less in, like, the actual mechanics, because straight up, the Gambit system is ass. Let's be honest. That Gambit system is so ass. The giant monster system is also kind of ass.
Yeah, like,
You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, 3 houses has, like, a lot of mechanics that I feel like are, like, easy to ignore for the most part. Like, I don't know. I'm also, like, I'm a fucking grinder in Fire Emblem, so I, like, min-max that shit to hell, and, like, every time I've played 3 houses, it's, like, I grind up so much that, like, I don't have to engage with most of the shit that's in that game. Like, I mean, even just, like, doing New Game Plus, it's like, yeah, my first playthrough, I already unlocked every unit that you could get from the Cathedral. So I don't even have to worry about that. Which also, actually, that's my biggest thing. That's my biggest gripe with 3 houses. The Cathedral fucking sucks on repeat playthroughs. I think the Cathedral is, like, the worst aspect of 3 houses. And I know
the DLC thing?
What's up?
The DLC thing?
No, the Cathedral as a whole.
Okay.
And I know that's not going to be the same for everyone. Some people, the Cathedral is what makes 3 houses. But for me, that's what, like, takes me out of it. Because it's like...
I'm trying to remember, what do you mean about the Cathedral? Like, what happens in the Cathedral?
That's the fucking hub. What are you talking about?
Oh, the hub! Okay. I thought you're specifically talking about the underground portion.
No.
Or the actual chapel.
No.
Because the chapel just trains you in faith. And, like,
Sorry,
increases
I should
your
have said monastery, because they call it a monastery, but... Like, the monastery is, like, it's
I do think traversing the monastery is ass.
It's, like, both too much and, like, too little. Like, it's, like, very repetitive tasks that you do in the Cathedral to, like, max out what you need. Sorry, I said Cathedral again. Monastery. And, like, that takes up, like, so much more of a portion of the game than, like, the teaching does. I actually do like the teaching mechanics in that game. But that, like, generally takes up much less of my game time than just, like, navigating the monastery. Which I don't jive with. I think that's also why I prefer N-Gage, is because N-Gage also has a hub world, but it's much smaller in scope. And you're not really meant to spend, like, an hour at least every time you go to it.
Yeah, no.
It really is true. We really will be stuck in a cycle of another 3 years of Three Houses discourse. It'll never end.
All this talk about Fire Emblem now suddenly really makes me want to see what they do with Fire Emblem in the coming years.
Yeah, I'm curious about what they got cooking up next. I'm sure they'll probably, like... I could see them doing kind of the model they did with Three Houses and N-Gage. They have, like, the more, like, social aspects in one of them, and then another is, like, a bit more traditional. I could see them maybe doing that for a bit. Because I feel like there are definitely fans of, like, both styles that they could tap into.
I think I would deeply like... I know it's the meme, I would deeply like a remake of 4 and 5. Just so I could understand what's happening in that universe at all.
Yeah, the SNES games are my biggest gap, because I have not played any of them. I haven't touched them at all. I've touched, like, most other Fire Emblem games, except, like... What are my gaps? It's the SNES games, it's Radiant Dawn, and it's, the Mystery of the Emblem remake, because, I mean, I haven't even played the original of that.
I do want to try Radiant Dawn again. But before I do that, I do want to play through Path of Radiance again.
Yeah.
Which, like... Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like I got a little scared off of playing Radiant Dawn because people said that game was really hard. But then I found out that it's really hard because they fucked up the difficulty options. They, like, made it so, like, the normal mode is called hard. So everybody actually just played what's supposed to be the hard mode of that game. Because they were like, I'm not a pussy. I'm not gonna play on easy. Fuck that. They would rectify this in later Fire Emblems.
That's fucked.
It is funny, though.
My favorite thing about those Radiant games is that a lot of the 3D games try to recapture the animation and, like, the electricity of, that OG... Not the OG, the GBA Fire Emblem games. And I feel like the Radiant series is the only one that actually comes close. Because the Radiant series actually kind of has, like, some weird, janky, like, start-stoppy kind of sauce that is bad 3D animations, but make for very snappy moment-to-moment, like, hey, this is just 3 seconds of an action happening, and then the battle window goes away. That's cool to me.
Because I was gonna say, N-Gage's animations are, like, really fucking good. And they kind of capture...
Yeah, they are good. They're good, and they're animated like a 3D animation should be. But there's, like, some aspects of 2D pixel animation that shouldn't be brought to 3D that they do bring to 3D, specifically in the Radiant games that I actually kind of enjoy.
I understand, I understand.
Sharp Crystal Pillar!
Thank God I got out of the way. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely stream Path of Radiance when I come down. I should stream more Fire Emblem. Because I've really only streamed the 3DS Fire Emblems. God, that's fucked up. I actually have streamed all 3 3DS Fire Emblems. I mean, Fates I did for charity, so I don't regret streaming Fates. Because we raised, like, $600 for charity. That was nice.
That's dope.
Some good came out of that. But it is fucked up that was actually the first Fire Emblem I streamed too. I hadn't streamed any of the other ones before that. But then I played Echoes pretty soon after. I streamed Awakening a couple years back. I guess the thing is that Fire Emblem streams, like, don't really perform. People do not watch me for Fire Emblem, but, I don't know. Now that I do, like, open calls, I might not give as much of a shit. I might just be like, if you don't want to watch it, I don't give a fuck. That's how I feel about Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter numbers are never very high, but, like, I'm having fun with my friends, so who gives a shit? Get over it.
Yeah, I'm just having fun. I enjoy the presence of Uncle Morgan.
I enjoy the
I do not enjoy the presence of this Arkfeld, so I'm hitting it with I was gonna say I'm hitting it with hammers, that's not true. I'm not hitting it with hammers, I'm hitting it with swords. You know, that's the thing about Wilds in particular. I think hammer is quite literally at the worst it's ever been. To the point where they're addressing it directly in the next title update.
Interesting.
Which is a shame, because I know that hammer is definitely, like, one of the more popular weapon choices. I mean, amongst normies, we all know the most popular weapon choice is longsword, and it is kind of annoying. but honestly, dual blades is also definitely one of the more popular weapon choices because it's really fucking easy.
I like heavy bow
I will not
because I'm a pervert.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
I'm glad that completely stun locked you.
No, I think bowgun players are kind of a pervert. There's like a layer of perversion. I think you're at the topmost layer right now. You could definitely become more perverted when you play this weapon.
I kind of do. I mean, I was talking about pussy.com earlier.
There's like freaks who like make sure their ammo rotation happens like ideally, and they get like statuses at specific times to like maximize damage output. Those people are like omega perverts.
This weather is unrelenting.
And they're almost always bowgun players. Sometimes they're like bow players, but like I'm just the person who likes hitting the monster and doing the big DPS numbers.
Which is why you're playing as Akuma.
I'm playing as Samus right now.
Oh, it looked like
Samus is never. It is funny that the dual blades kind of do look like Akuma moves. Dude. I really hope they bring like a fist weapon that's kind of like the dual blades, like really fast, really snappy, really responsive, and this can cause stuns. That shit would go so hard.
We gotta get it on Steam Greenlight. Valve add this because it's epic.
Oh man.
I
know Bell really doesn't like it, but like thinking about Steam Greenlight makes me think about the fucking GOG Greenlight and how that somehow made Capcom port Breath of Fire 4.
That's dope.
Maybe I should play Breath of Fire 4. I know next to nothing of Breath of Fire, which is weird because I love Capcom's other RPG series, if you include this, which some people don't. It's way closer to like Devil May Cry and shit like that, even if it's like not as flashy. But it's still sort of an RPG where you have to like boost your stats and shit. But there's no like leveling up, so I can see why people don't really consider it as an RPG. But there are other RPG series, specifically Mega Man Battle Network and the Stories series of Monster Hunter, which is an RPG. Like, I like both of those. They're pretty fucking fun. Stories is, like, a little bit lamer. I don't like it as much as Battle Network, but, like, Battle Network is, like, iconic to me. And I will always appreciate an RPG that has a dedicated PvP, like, scene.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the reason why I fucking love Pokemon.
I did like what I played of Mega Man Battle Network. I don't remember why I didn't play more of it, but I remember really liking the card system. I thought it was really fun.
I'm gonna be really contrarian, and I think genuinely, you should skip one.
Should I?
Yes. Not stream one, you should skip one, and then play the other Battle Network ones. Because one is rough. Not all of the series staple mechanics are there yet, and it is genuinely very hard and unforgiving. To the point where I think genuinely you would be better serviced having 2 be your first game, and having the knowledge of the plot of 1 is that Mega Man is secretly Lan's brother, and which is, like, yes, technically a spoiler, but that's, like, expected knowledge for you to have when you're, playing 3 and 2. And that Wily was trying to do a net terrorism.
Ah, good old Wily. That crazy son of a bitch. He's done it again.
And if you go into that to Mega Man Battle Network 2, you'll pretty much... That and, there's this guy named Mr. Match who used to be, like, an evil dude. And has fire navies that are evil dudes. Going into Mega Man Battle Network 2 and 3 with that knowledge, you basically fine. And I think 1 is just really weak in comparison to the rest of the series. I think 2, 3, 5, and 6 are some of the best. 4 is very strange. It's like almost run-based in how it's structured, but the plot isn't very well formatted because of that structure, and it definitely gets lambasted for that a bit. But I don't think it's as bad as people say. Like, I don't think it's like I don't think it's irredeemable. I think it's still a pretty good game. I just don't think the music's very good either. But 5 and 6 are really good. 3 is my personal favorite because it's the one I grew up with. And 6 has, like, one of the best battle systems. It also has, like, a dedicated PvE community. Not PvE, PvP community. And it's just, like, I don't know. It's really good music throughout the series, other than, personally, 4. But 4 still has, like, okay music sometimes.
Right.
I just realized I'm fucking ranting about, like, a series.
You don't have to apologize. I love to hear about it. That's good to know, though. Because I did start with 1. I don't remember it being super hard, but maybe I didn't get that far into it. I just remember playing it and being like, wow, this is really fun. And then I don't know why I didn't go back to it.
We were talking about Capcom RPGs because of Breath of Wild 4. I forgot that Street Fighter 6 is also kind of sort of a Capcom RPG. And it has, like, so many love letters to Breath of Fire 4. And there's even, like, direct references to Battle Network 2. Like, one of the key items in Street Fighter 6's story mode, is the fucking, is a piece of data that just straight up has the emblem from Mega Man from Battle Network on it, and that's kind of cute. I don't know. There's a lot of Capcom references in the Street Fighter 6 story mode that are cute. The issue is that I don't... Okay. Fighting CPUs in a fighting game is never really that fun.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can change about that, even if you add a leveling system. Even if you add, like, gimmick fights that are explicitly, like, trying to get you to, like, learn certain things about fighting people in real life. In the real game. And stuff like that, like teaching you how to anti-air and teaching you when to block and teaching you mix-ups and stuff like that. It's still kind of annoying to just fight CPUs in a fighting game.
Yeah.
Nothing will ever change that. And, like, if you want to play Street Fighter 6's story mode with a fight stick, that shit sucks ass. It genuinely sucks so much ass. I want to learn how to play Street Fighter on a fight stick. For obvious reasons. Because that's, like, what I'm most comfortable playing a fighting game with. So why would I go into a story mode that expects me to use camera controls with a fight stick? It's so weird. I don't know. There's people who fucking love that shit, but it's weird to me.
Yeah. Do we want to do another quest?
I think I'm getting tired.
I figured. I think I looked at the timer and I was like, oh wow, we've been going 4 hours.
Monster Hunter is just that kind of game.
It's true, it's true. It's good.
It's, like, amazing how well this game aged as a series. And also how, like, it's kind of just been there for so long that I definitely do remember people in 2008 going on, like PHP forums and saying, like, hey, anybody hopping down to Dundorma on Monster Hunter Tri tonight? I want to hunt Jen Moran. And just, like, having a weird-ass internet hangout playing Monster Hunter. Like, that spirit's still very alive. It's awesome.
I have like a fucked up confession, and I've maybe even given it before on a Monster Hunter stream. The first time I ever heard about Monster Hunter was from Pro Jared. I'm sorry.
The first time I've heard about infidelity was from Pro Jared.
Wait, you know what? That could be someone's first time, though.
It could be. The first time I've ever heard about what everyone's gooning to was from Pro Jared.
Fuck it. Fuck it. It's gooning hours. Tell me or show me what you've been gooning to. It's like unfortunate that that's like the funniest post anyone's ever made, because it is a Pro Jared post.
It really is.
Why did he post that? He already got in trouble for like saying he wants like fan nudes on Tumblr. Why the fuck would he ask people to show him what they're gooning to on Blue Sky? Has he not learned his lesson at all?
The fact that one of you told me that Pro Jared was bisexual fucking ruined my life. That shit's so insane. He's the most heterosexual man I've ever seen.
Well, he's like that one post that's like, I know who John Waters in, and I jerk it to Twink in panties, but I'm also on a date with hetero Jessica. That's what Pro Jared is.
I don't think Pro Jared knows who John Waters is. I also don't, like, I don't want to be biphobic to Pro Jared specifically. I don't even think he, like, jerks it to, like, twinks. I think he jerks it to femboys and trans femmes, and he goes like, oh man, I'm so bisexual.
Well, he was ahead of the game on that one then, because he's been bisexual for, like, at least, like, as long as I heard of him in, like, 2013.
Fuck.
I don't know, Pro Jared...
He could, if he was at least, like, 70% more fruity with it, I feel like I'd excuse him more.
Well, we shouldn't excuse Pro Jared for his actions.
We shouldn't!
I'm just saying that Pro Jared definitely, like, strikes me as the kind of guy who has no standards. I think he's jerked it to everything at this point. I think he's jerked it to airplanes.
Okay, but some people who jerk it to airplanes are very nice people.
I'm not
They're
saying
not all
they're
Pro
not.
Jareds.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying that Pro Jared has no standards. I think he's jerked it to everything at this point. Can we stop?
Hey, some of the people who jerk it to airplanes have very high standards.
Listen, they have very high standards for airplanes. Sorry, Roblox Chris McLean played. Oh god. Dude, I think I just laughed so hard I gave myself a headache. We gotta cut off the stream.
Yeah, we started talking about Pro Jared's sexuality. We have to stop.
Monster Hunter is covering Roblox Chris McLean. Oh fuck. Hold on. I gotta figure out which window Monster Hunter is. Well, you know what? In general, I'll just move, like, Chris McLean up. And, you know what? As a sign of goodwill, I'll play it again for you. Okay, there you go. Now you saw him. Now you saw him in his full glory. Have you seen Roblox Chris McLean, Joan?
Yeah, I always thought that was the Fortnite one.
No, that's Roblox.
Apparently it's gonna be in Fortnite and Roblox.
Oh, okay. They're doing it in both. I thought it was only Roblox.
I don't know that much about Total Drama Island. I just remember seeing it on Cartoon Network once, and it was a scene where one of the
Holy
female
shit,
characters...
you just got really loud.
Oh, that's because I quit Monster Hunter.
Awesome.
This game's so fucking broken, man! Oh. But, yeah, all I remember was there was a scene where a girl was like on a challenge and her top gets ripped off,
Yeah.
and that stuck with me for a bit.
I
Also, Lashana Ball OC.
Lashana Ball OC. Of course. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck they did that in like a cartoon for kids. Total Drama was like kind of crazy risque for like a kids cartoon. I'm surprised that my parents let me watch it because they didn't let me watch like regular show. And I think regular show is less risque than like Total Drama is. Like, I don't know, if like regular show is like E for everyone, I think Total Drama is like E10. Because there's not really an equivalent for, like, TV. There's, like, TV3 and, like, TV7. But, like, fucking every cartoon for kids that's, like, half decent is, like, TV7. If we're just being honest. It was a gross-out show. There was a lot of barf. I remember there was a lot of barf. Again, I have no fucking idea how my parents let me and my sister watch that shit. Because we watched it, like, religiously as kids. Like, I'm pretty familiar with, like, the first 3 seasons of Total Drama. Total Drama Action is a little bit of a blind spot, but, like, Total Drama Island and Total Drama World Tour, I watched quite a bit of when I was younger. And it's, like, crazy that I did. Dude, there's, like, in, like, the finale of, like, World Tour, a guy straight up, like, gets thrown into a volcano, and then the next time you see him, he's in, like, a cast. Like a full body cast, and he can't talk. It's not even like cartoonish and like, oh, he's got like this full body cast, but he's like making like Squidward noises or whatever. It's like actually like they like handicapped this dude. This dude got fucked up being thrown into a volcano. I don't know, that's a crazy ass show. It's a crazy-ass show. Total Drama might be a dark show. It kinda is, though. I'm surprised that nobody died on Total Drama. Because honestly, it seems like the kind of show where that would have happened. That would have been, like, the logical conclusion. Alright, we should probably hop off for the night, though. It's about that time. Well, thank you for joining me, Joan, for Monster Hunter. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, it's always good to play this, even though I haven't been playing it as much as I have previously.
Yeah.
Just waiting for them new updates.
Yeah. I hope you feel better, by the way. Since you
it's like only a light sickness. I'm wondering if I just like exhausted my throat or something.
Maybe. That's what I did on the Deltarune stream. My throat was a little fucked up during that. Well, everybody. Fuck off, Zayden. Not your time yet. That's gonna be it for tonight's stream. I want to thank you all for coming. Hope you all have a good night and take care. Is everyone live right now? Anyone live right now? Ray is playing Multiverses. Ray has been playing Multiverses for almost 12 hours now. I think we gotta send some emotional support over. Yeah, Multiverses is gonna die. Yeah, we'll raid Ray. We'll raid Ray. We might do God Game tomorrow, although if Joan is feeling under the weather, maybe we don't. I'm not sure yet. We'll see what happens. I don't know if I'll stream Saturday. Saturday I probably take to myself, and then Sunday is movie night. So, probably don't stream over the weekend, but we'll be back Monday. What am I gonna do Monday? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Maybe that'll be when I do Yakuza, cause I haven't done that all week, and it's probably not gonna happen this week. Again, because I don't anticipate wanting to stream on Saturday. I think I'm gonna want that day to myself. We'll see what happens. But next week is Mario Kart World and Summer Games Fest and Deltarune. So it's gonna be fucking stacked. Raid is gonna happen soon, so I should finish up my spiel. I'll see you guys tomorrow for God Game. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.
There, don't smile because it happened. Cry because it's over!